Chapter 1151. At the center of the two-realm battlefield, heaven abyss surged. Terrifying divine light poured down like a divine waterfall. Time surged, the great river of time surging with great waves. Zhou Tong calmly stood on the great river alone, his entire body surrounded by the power of time. His sword finger pointed out, a streak of sword energy light piercing through the space between Wu Shang's brows, piercing through his head and primordial spirit at the same time. A strand of blood flowed out from between his brows, the scene horrifying. This was a shocking scene. Regardless of whether it was the other side or the 9 heavens 10 earth side, everyone was like clay sculptures as they stared at this scene in a stupefied manner. No matter how many years passed, today's scene would always be engraved deeply into their hearts, difficult to erase. Zhou Tong stood alone on the great river of time, his entire body surrounded by time like a demonic god. A sword pierced through the space between Wu Shang's brows, just too shocking. Everyone was petrified, time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone stared at this scene with stupefied expressions, the horror inside becoming more and more indescribable. That was Wu Shang. Wu Shang, who was known to be unmatched under the sky, unmatched in this world, actually had his head and primordial spirit pierced through by a sword just like that, as if a sword was nailed into the void. Is this real? Wu Shang, who is immune to divine abilities, was actually pierced through by this streak of sword energy. Wu Shang, did he die? Was he killed by him? Just what kind of divine ability is this sword, actually ineffective even with Wu Shang's magical force immunity? If there was this type of divine ability back then, without end, 6 Tao reincarnations great ones, how could they have been defeated? After who knew how much time had passed, only then did cries of alarm sound from the 9 heavens 10 earth side. Everyone looked towards Zhou Tong on the great river of time, their eyes revealing excited and fanatical expressions. Wu Shang, this name, for the 9 heavens 10 earth side, was too terrifying and heavy. Being able to see him suffer disaster was something everyone looked forward to. Sure Hao, Meng Tianjing, and a few old supreme beings were all a bit excited, to the extent where even Jin Taijun and Immortal Wang revealed looks of joy. No, great ancestor Wu Shang. It's fake, definitely fake. My side's great ancestor is unmatched under the sky, there is no way he would be defeated by someone of unknown origins. How is this possible? My world's most powerful ancient ancestor was actually defeated. Impossible, this can't be real. Compared to the 9 heavens 10 earth side's excitement and fervor, the other side's side looked as if they lost their parents, as if all of their faith had collapsed. In the previous battle against Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grass, although Wu Shang was injured for the first time, the other side still believed that Wu Shang was invincible. However, at this moment their faith had crumbled. The scene before them did not allow them to refute. Wu Shang had indeed been defeated, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in one move. Even Anlin and Shuchuo didn't dare to boast anymore. This unknown existence was actually able to attack through time and space. Moreover, he didn't seem to be affected at all. All of this was beyond their imagination. Is it the Emperor? Will someone really break through the king's domain in the future? And from the looks of it, you seem to have a grudge with my world? Anlan and Shuchuo were incomparably shocked. His clone was able to gain the upper hand in the battle against Wu Shang, and his original body was able to penetrate Wu Shang's head with a single strike. All of this was beyond their understanding. This was especially the case when the other party could actually attack from a different spacetime. This kind of ability was just too terrifying. Anlan and Shuchuo both felt their hearts become heavy. If the other party really wasn't restricted by time and karma, directly pursuing them to the past, finding them when they were weak, and directly erasing them, then wouldn't they be finished? Forget about ordinary people, even if it was a truly unmatched expert, their entire bodies would tremble. It was because they also had times when they were weak. If not for breaking through the king's domain's emperor, they wouldn't be able to imagine all of this at all. Within the long river of time, Zhou Tong slowly retracted his palm. Meanwhile, at this time, that streak of flowing light between Wu Shang's brows also slowly dissipated. Then, with a pu sound, countless streaks of blood light and soul light rushed out from between Wu Shang's brows. This sword didn't kill him, but rather seriously injured him. If Wu Shang didn't return and continued to stay here, Heaven Abyss only needed to suppress him a bit to kill him. Wu Shang. Anlin and Shuchuo both immediately took action, stabilizing Wu Shang. And after a closer inspection, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Shang was still alive. As expected of Wu Shang. If it were me, I would have already died from this attack. Anlan and Shuchuo both admired Wu Shang's defensive power in their hearts. He didn't die after taking such a sword attack. After slowing down a little, Anlan immediately looked at Zhou Tong on the long river of time. That was your last attack. You can't attack anymore. After all, the long river of time isn't something you can casually overturn. It's not too late to retreat now. Even a fool could see that Wu Shang had already suffered such a serious injury, but the other party didn't chase after him. It was obvious that there was some kind of restriction on the other party's body, and he couldn't attack continuously. Just like when Nine-Leaf Sword Grass attacked Anlan and Shuchuo before, he only had the power to attack once. Although Anlan and Shuchuo didn't understand why Nine-Leaf Sword Grass could fight with Wu Shang for so long, it only attacked the two of them once. But without a doubt, it was impossible for the other party to attack now. Zhou Tong stared at Anlan, somewhat speechless. This guy's strength wasn't much, but in terms of posturing, it could be said that Anlan's life is not inferior to anyone. Anlan's body shrank slightly when Zhou Tong glanced at him like this. Afraid that Zhou Tong would attack, Anlan almost couldn't help but run away. Seeing Anlan's terrified look, Zhou Tong almost laughed out loud. I don't have much time left. In the end, I can only help you get rid of Wu Shang. In the end, it's up to you. After all, I'm not a person of your space-time. Zhou Tong transmitted his voice to the only remaining king in the original imperial city. It's enough. To be able to injure Wu Shang so badly, it's enough. The king in the original imperial city also transmitted his voice to express his gratitude. The laws in Heaven Abyss were indeed very strong, but the king in the original imperial city also knew that this kind of law absolutely couldn't stop Wu Shang, who was immune to magical powers. Previously, he was also scared that Wu Shang would take action, but now Wu Shang already couldn't take action. This era. Zhou Tong gave Imperial Pass direction one last look, and then his body directly rushed towards Anlan's side, killing intent rushing into the heavens. Anlan Shuchuo oh. In that instant, Anlan and Shuchuo's fine hairs stood on end, immediately bringing the seriously injured Wu Shang 1,000 li away. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh loudly, all of his killing intent also vanishing like smoke into thin air. That was already the final attack, he was just scaring Anlan and the others. Then, he directly rose into the air, flying into the heavens, quickly disappearing from the eyes of everyone in the two realms through the crack in the great river of time. Then, the crack disappeared, the great river of time disappearing. Chapter 1152. In the long river of time, Zhou Tong exhaled and recalled the scene from before. He felt a little helpless. That sword strike, he was really aiming to finish off Wu Shang. However, after the sword qi rushed out, a part of its power was wiped out by the power of time around him. Therefore, the sword only seriously injured Wu Shang, but couldn't kill him. Actually, this ending was also predictable. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. After all, under normal circumstances, Wu Shang didn't really show up. He just slashed out a blow from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void on the foreign side. But now, because of the appearance of Zhou Tong's nine-leaf sword grass true fate, Wu Shang's true body appeared and personally came to the battlefield. It was also because of this that Zhou Tong could still attack Wu Shang after taking back the nine-leaf sword grass true fate and almost kill him. Time is impermanent. If I stand in the time dimension that the corpse immortal emperor pushed and look down on the past, everything I do is actually meaningless, Zhou Tong said secretly. The reason why the immortal kings came at this time was because the future corpse immortal emperor wanted to destroy heavenly emperor Huang's past. The appearance of Zhou Tong and his nine-leaf sword grass true fate was only to ensure that heavenly emperor Huang didn't die. Of course, it was also because of Zhou Tong's existence that Wu Shang came. On this basis, he basically couldn't do anything. Time, this thing of time is too mysterious. Zhou Tong shook his head and then sat down in the long river of time. He needed a period of time to properly organize the gains of the nine-leaf sword grass true fate. He quickly connected with the nine-leaf sword grass true fate and connected their memories. He immediately understood everything about this true fate. Really, it took root in one place for tens of millions of years. After carefully studying it, Zhou Tong was a little speechless. This true fate was really a homebody. However, his cultivation system is the primordial chaos law. This is not bad. Among my 10 true fate, I do need a true fate to walk this path, Zhou Tong said in his mind. The nine-leaf sword grass true fate was the first true fate that Zhou Tong released. At that time, he only knew 3 cultivation systems: Immortal Ancient Method, Chaotic Ancient Method, and Heaven Shrouding Method. Back then, it was impossible to cultivate the Heaven Shrouding technique because it was a technique of the future. There was karma between heaven and earth, so it was naturally impossible to cultivate such a system. As for Immortal Ancient Methods, those required Tao harmonizing immortal seed. The nine-leaf sword grass true fate couldn't be moved at all, so it naturally couldn't find Tao harmonizing immortal seeds, nor could it take this path. Thus, the only choice left was the chaotic antiquity technique. Sure enough, they are of the same origin. The nine-leaf sword grass also cultivated out an inner world, while the chaotic antiquity art cultivated out a single grotto heaven. In the end, this grotto heaven evolved into an inner world. Zhou Tong immediately allowed the sword grass true fate to integrate its inner world into his 10 heavenly rings. Immediately Wang Long, the 10 heavenly rings shone faintly. Immediately afterwards, most of the cracks on the 10 heavenly rings recovered, returning to the situation before he brought Yi Fan and the others to the foreign realm. During the great battle with the foreign realm, because he used the heavenly horned ant's true fate's power, the 10 heavenly rings were damaged. However, now it recovered and it was even stronger. Regardless of whether it was the speed of digesting the 3 layers of the universe or the stability of space, they were all far greater than before. Since the nine-leaf sword grass true fate never moved, then I can only connect with the great Tao traces on its body. Zhou Tong straightened his mind, starting to accept the nine-leaf sword grass true fate's great Tao comprehension. The nine-leaf sword grass true fate had always been rooted at the border between the 2 worlds. From the moment it was born, it had always been comprehending the great Tao aura of the foreign realm and the 9 heavens 10 earth. These 2 worlds were completely different from the heaven-shrouding era of the future. Comparing the Tao aura of these 2 worlds with that of the future, the nine-leaf sword grass true fate immediately made great progress. This was especially true in the fusion of the grass symbol sword art, chaos calming art, and immortal tribulation sword art, these 3 great sword arts. Zhou Tong himself had long been researching the fusion of these 3 great sword arts. However, he himself relied on the coiling dragon world's destruction sword Tao as the core, merging them bit by bit. Meanwhile, the nine-leaf sword grass true fate was purely a fusion of the Tao and laws of this world. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or the nine-leaf sword grass true fate, in reality, They had already formed an embryonic form, but it wasn't perfect yet. However, at this moment, as the two different types of comprehension merged and came into contact, the set of sword arts in Zhou Tong's mind also began to take perfect form. Clang! In this instant, streak after streak of sword energy appeared around Zhou Tong's body, cutting through the heaven and earth, breaking the Tao. Everything between heaven and earth seemed like it was going to be cut apart by this sword. Sword cries continuously sounded around him, as if this long river of time was going to be cut apart. Time passed by bit by bit. In the long river of time, time was the most worthless thing. It was rare for him to come to the long river of time again. Naturally, Zhou Tong wouldn't let go of such a good cultivation environment. His own sword Tao realm also became stronger and stronger in the process of constantly communicating with the nine-leaf sword grass. And in the process of communicating and comprehending, the immortal light in his body naturally spread out and finally extended to the nine-leaf sword grass inside the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. Boom! The nine-leaf sword grass suddenly burst into flames, illuminating eternally and immortality. At the same time, a terrifying sword energy instantly merged with Zhou Tong's body from the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. The sword energy continued to spread and spread to every door in his body. Dazzling great Tao runes enveloped Zhou Tong's body from head to toe. The light that belonged to a quasi-immortal emperor grew stronger and stronger. Now, the quasi-immortal emperor light in his body had already occupied about 30% of the immortal light in his body. At the same time, his body gradually contained a terrifying murderous intent and sharpness. That was the sharpness that belonged to the nine-leaf sword grass. Every time one of the 10 beasts' true fate merged, it would transform Zhou Tong's body once. And with the nine-leaf sword grass merging with him, Zhou Tong felt that the biggest change in his body was the 4 extreme secret realms. Most of the sharpness of the nine-leaf sword grass had merged with his 4 extreme secret realms, making it extremely powerful and possessing an invincible sharpness. That's right, the nine-leaf sword grass has the strongest attack among the 10 beasts. When its power merged with the body, it naturally focused on the 4 extreme secret realms. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. Among the 10 beasts there were always a few that were more special. After merging with the body, the power would mainly be used on a single secret realm, while the other secret realms would receive less benefit. The true dragon had great benefits for the dragon transformation secret realm, and now the existence of the nine-leaf sword grass strengthened his 4 extreme secret realms. Whether it's the dragon transformation secret realm or the 4 extreme secret realms, they're all related to attack and battle. Now, my attack power has far surpassed my physical defense, Zhou Tong said softly. Chapter 1153. At the same time, on the battlefield between the other world and the 9 heavens 10 earths, Heaven Abyss displayed its might, suppressing everything. Everyone couldn't help but become absent-minded for a moment. Their memories of the nine-leaf sword grass completely faded, replaced by an unknown memory. Zhou Tong's figure completely replaced the nine-leaf sword grass. Their understanding of the cultivator who fought against Wu Shang for a long time completely changed from the previous nine-leaf sword grass to the incarnation of an unknown cultivator. Only the drop of emperor blood on Shi Hao's body flickered with hazy radiance, producing a hazy nine-leaf sword grass void figure. However, this void figure was extremely dim, as if it was about to completely disappear. However, in the end, it still left behind an indistinct figure. Even though Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm was profound, it still couldn't hide from this drop of immortal emperor blood in the end. The nine-leaf sword grass true fate has completely returned. From the very beginning, it was the Mantis Clam, then the Lightning Emperor, True Dragon, 9 Netherworlds Ao, and finally the current nine-leaf sword grass. Half of the vicious 10 true fates have already merged into my 6th secret realm. Zhou Tong examined himself. The half-immortal emperor radiance around his body became more and more rich. If he was willing, he could completely suppress his king-level radiance, only revealing his half-immortal emperor radiance. At that time, he could directly pretend to be a half-immortal emperor to scare others. Of course, this was only scaring king-level existences. If he really encountered a true half-immortal emperor, then it was better to run as far as possible. I'm still missing the divine striking stone, heavenly horned ant, immortal phoenix, Qilin, Kuan Purng, these 5. The divine striking stone and heavenly horned ant have already returned to the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. The Kuan Purng true fate hasn't returned yet. As for the immortal phoenix and Qilin, these are the true fates that haven't been sent out yet. Zhou Tong examined the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, his eyes sweeping over all of the true fates. The main problem to overcome now is the return of the divine striking stone's true fate. Zhou Tong placed his attention on the divine striking stone's true fate. This true fate was now only half a step away from the true immortal king level. In less than 10,000 years, the divine striking stone's true fate would be able to directly cross the immortal king level tribulation. It's about time, it's time to return. Zhou Tong got up and went down the river of time. Then, he broke out of the river at the node where he had entered the river. As soon as he came out, he directly arrived at the other side, arriving at the place where he entered the great river of time. Moreover, only an instant had passed. The foreign realm has been destroyed. Zhou Tong looked at the devastated foreign realm, inwardly sighing. Perhaps this was the cycle of karma. In a mortal ancients' battle, they fought until the 9 heavens 10 earths collapsed, the entire world becoming fractured, forming the 9 heavens 10 earths type of situation. Even the natural laws of heaven and earth collapsed, leading to the chaotic ancient era's natural laws being restored, even more so causing the cultivators there to have flaws in their innate foundations. But now this realm also suffered the retribution it deserved, and also collapsed into a dozen pieces. However, although the Tree of World was damaged, it was not destroyed. If they are given time, this realm can still be restored. Zhou Tong swept his gaze and looked in the direction of the Tree of World. That was a giant tree, even more massive and sturdy than the world tree in heaven-shrouding world's cosmos. It was because this tree had already towered here for who knew how many great eras, the entire foreign realm well maintained. However, right now, this tree was a bit miserable. It was unknown just how many of those branches that were even thicker than stars were broken. A large half of the roots were also cut off, the entire tree giving off a half-dead feeling. This realm should just end like this. At the very least, the immortal kings have been completely wiped out. Even though a few true immortals escaped, they already can't stir up any wave. Zhou Tong's powerful divine will instantly swept through the entire world. This was the first time he viewed the entire foreign realm's scenery with this kind of attitude. Even though this realm was seriously damaged, there were still many creatures, especially quite a few true immortal-level creatures. There were many types of creatures that Zhou Tong felt a familiar feeling. For example, the Blood Phoenix, Divine Mantis, Time Beast, Void Beast. These races had either existed since the immortal ancient era, such as the Time Beast and Void Beast, or they had defected from the 9 heavens 10 earths during the immortal ancient war, such as the Blood Phoenix and Divine Mantis. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Huang only wiped out those assassins. He didn't completely wipe out the entire foreign realm. Even a portion of those assassins' descendants were left behind. Zhou Tong inwardly said, however, they are still a dark race in the end, it's very easy for them to fall into darkness again. Forget it, I don't have time to pay attention to these races. Shaking his head, Zhou Tong took a step forward, arriving at a fragment of the foreign realm. Even though it was a fragment, just the surface area of this fragment was enough to match the size of the current heaven-shrouding world's cosmos. After all, during the chaotic ancient era, more than half of the 9 heavens 10 earth source was taken away by the immortal domain. Most of the world was a dried-up world. Following Zhou Tong's appearance, Yi Fan, No Beginning, Vicious, Cyan Emperor, and Divine Emperor, who had already recovered from their injuries, all came up to welcome him, revealing a smile. "Zhou Tong, have you dealt with those immortal kings?" Yi Fan asked. Zhou Tong nodded, saying, "Done, there are no more immortal kings in this world. Also, those monsters have all been killed by me, but there's still a lot of information that needs to be searched one by one. The dark matter is indeed terrifying to the extreme. If I were to touch the dark matter on those immortal kings' bodies, I'm afraid even we would fall into darkness." Heavenly Emperor No Beginning sighed. "However, after this battle, you all can be considered to have gained a new understanding of darkness. Even if you encounter something similar in the future, you will have the experience to deal with it. This battle can be considered a huge gain." Zhou Tong looked at No Beginning, Yi Fan, and Vicious and said. As he spoke, he looked at Cyan Emperor, who was at the side. Without a doubt, he was the biggest winner in this battle. He only needed to send the corpses of the immortals he had killed into his inner world and use the power of the realm to decompose them. His strength would increase exponentially, and he might even be able to leap up and become an immortal king. The path of cultivation in the inner world, as long as the resources could keep up, was the fastest path of cultivation. Of course, this path was also the path that consumed the most resources. The key question is, where did this darkness come from? Heavenly Emperor Vicious looked at Zhou Tong. "Do you know anything? For example, the source of the darkness." "The source of the darkness, I do know some things. However, if I tell you now, it will only increase the pressure on you. There's no use in telling you now. Let's talk about it again after you have opened your own 6th secret realm." Zhou Tong shook his head, not saying much. The source of the darkness was not something they could touch for the time being. They were too weak, and it involved the Soul River, the Celestial Emperor's burial pit, and other things. If they accidentally touched something and attracted the attention of the Soul River, it would be troublesome. Zhou Tong had touched it the last time. He had to rely on the reincarnation mirror to cut off the Soul River's investigation. Chapter 1154. Seeing that Zhou Tong wasn't willing to talk about the Soul River, Yi Fan and the others couldn't do anything about it. However, they were more eager to improve their strength and create their own 6th mystic realm. But soon, Yi Fan's mind became active. "Zhou Tong, what do you think will happen if we integrate this fragment into our world?" Instantly, the Lotus Tharch and the Divine Emperor reacted with a hint of surprise on their faces. Yi Fan continued, "According to our plan, if we want to improve the entire universe to a level comparable to the immortal realm, then we must integrate a part of the other world. We don't dare to think about the immortal realm for now, but this broken alien realm might be able to be integrated into it to test the waters. Firstly, there are no true immortals in this fragment of the world. Secondly, this place is big enough to integrate into our world. It will become a continent." Yi Fan became more and more excited as he spoke. He had seen Zhou Tong's divine realm before. That area had been completely transformed into a continent, so he naturally saw the superiority of a continent. Therefore, when he saw this continent, Yi Fan thought that this place could perfectly become the foundation of the heavenly court. Indeed. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong nodded. However, he quickly said, "But this fragment of the world is too big, and there is a lot of dark matter on it. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to completely purify it." "No worries, we can purify it slowly." The Divine Emperor was the first to speak. "But first, I need a continent for my celestial silkworm race to live in. No matter how many places I purify, this place will belong to me." The Divine Emperor decided to divide the spoils as soon as he spoke. Yi Fan was stunned, and he had a bad feeling. The Divine Emperor and Zhou Tong, the two immortal kings, wouldn't want to divide this continent first, right? As if he sensed Yi Fan's worry, Zhou Tong smiled and said, Yi Fan, don't worry too much. I only need a very small piece of land to reinforce the divine dominion and the world tree. It's only about 1/10 of the land. Feel free to divide the rest among yourselves. Of course, before that, there is still a problem that needs to be solved, Zhou Tong said seriously. What's the problem? Everyone looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, do you still remember the system erosion problem I told you about? Everyone nodded. No Beginning was the first to ask. You said you're worried that after this continent merges into our universe, the dark matter will invade us as well? But didn't you say that the dark matter has to be purified before it can be integrated? It's not about the dark matter. You can give it a try. What's the difference between what the people in this place cultivate and what we cultivate? Zhou Tong asked. Everyone frowned. However, Ruthless was extremely fast. She directly stretched out a hand toward a cave not far away. His jade-like palm blotted out the sky, and there were even faint images of the sun, moon, and stars revolving around his palm. Senior, please spare me. An earth-shattering cry rang out from within the cave. It was a Boundary Emperor, and a Ninth Heaven Boundary Emperor at that. He could be considered a powerful being in this realm, but in the face of Ruthless, he could only open his mouth and beg for mercy. However, it was all useless. Ruthless closed her hand, and the Boundary Emperor was like a small insect. He was pinched in Ruthless' palm and sealed away. Ruthless withdrew her hand and waved a hand. The Boundary Emperor immediately rolled several times on the ground like a rolling gourd before finally coming to a stop at the feet of Yi Fan and the others. No Beginning and Yi Fan exchanged a glance before immediately squatting down and placing their palms on the Boundary Emperor's body. Two beams of immortal light flew out from their palms and traveled along the Boundary Emperor's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, Four Extremities, and Dragon Transformation before finally arriving at the Immortal Foundation Mystic Realm. Huh! This is... Yi Fan and No Beginning looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. When they first checked the Boundary Emperor's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, Four Extremities, and Dragon Transformation, Yi Fan and No Beginning didn't notice anything strange. However, when they began to check the Boundary Emperor's Immortal Foundation, they were instantly shocked. What Boundary Emperor's Immortal Foundation? It was more like a pitch-black fog. His Immortal Foundation was completely pitch-black. Even his primordial spirit was dyed black. He's been corroded by the darkness. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, try purifying the darkness in his body. See if there are any changes? Yi Fan frowned. Immortal light erupted from his palm and purified the darkness in the Boundary Emperor's body. Chi-chi. Wisps of pitch-black fog emerged from the Boundary Emperor's body. However, no matter how Yi Fan purified it, he couldn't get rid of it. Even if he completely got rid of it, pitch-black darkness would quickly emerge from the Boundary Emperor's body again. Seeing this, Yi Fan stopped. Heavenly Tharch No Beginning, Heavenly Tharch Ruthless, Heavenly Tharch Qing, and the Divine Emperor also tried to purify it. However, just like Yi Fan, the darkness continued to emerge from the Boundary Emperor's body. The source of darkness. Heavenly Tharch Qing exclaimed. Zhou Tong shook his head and destroyed the Boundary Emperor's primordial spirit with a finger. At the same time, he cut off the Boundary Emperor's vitality and said, "You guys try again." It was still Yi Fan who did it. However, everyone could clearly see that after Yi Fan's immortal light entered the Boundary Emperor's body, all the darkness was purified and no longer emerged. Only death can cleanse it completely? No Beginning understood. Actually, the problem lies in the scriptures these people cultivate. Someone tampered with them, which is why this happened. The Boundary Emperor's darkness faction is not only polluting the heavens and corroding the realms, they are also tampering with our orthodoxy. In the future, anyone who cultivates our system will fall into darkness, Zhou Tong said. Therefore, it's obvious that we have to kill all the cultivators in this realm and completely destroy all the scriptures in this realm. We have to completely sever the Boundary Emperor's darkness faction. Heavenly Dharch Ruthless said with a murderous aura. That's right. Only by completely wiping away all traces of darkness can we preserve our orthodoxy. This realm cannot be casually integrated into our universe. Otherwise, once the Boundary Emperor's darkness faction infiltrates our orthodox cultivation system, it will cause endless trouble in the future. Zhou Tong continued, if that's the case, then there's only one path left in the future, and that is to completely change the cultivation system. We have to sever the Boundary Emperor's darkness faction's cultivation system and switch to other cultivation systems. Other cultivation systems. Everyone fell silent. At this stage, they did have a choice, and that was the many cultivation systems that Zhou Tong had brought over. As long as these cultivation systems were promoted, they could perfectly replace the current cultivation system. However, at the same time, they were a little hesitant and unwilling. At this stage, it's still not time to completely change the cultivation system. Let's completely cleanse this realm. Heavenly Dharch Ruthless waved his hand, and a dazzling immortal light swept across the entire fragment of the realm. Chapter 1155. Both Yi Fan and the boundless Heavenly Emperor were shocked when they saw how decisive the ruthless Great Emperor was. It was true that there were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. Yi Fan and the others were shocked when they heard the word ruthless. An entire world of cultivators had been cleansed just like that. This murderous aura was truly shocking. They are all citizens of darkness. They even tried to pollute our cultivation system and harm our descendants. Kill them all, the Divine Emperor said. Actually, we can expel them. Send them all into the other fragment. Zhou Tong shook his head. He waved his hand and collected all the living beings who had not entered the cultivation world. Then, he threw them into the other fragments not far away. It was not just the cultivators who were problematic. The scriptures they cultivated were also problematic. It was too troublesome to check them one by one. Therefore, he decided to send them all into the other fragment. Next, we have to purify the dark matter in this fragment. Then, we will search the entire world. We cannot leave behind any traces of the dark scriptures. Zhou Tong said, wait for me to set up a large formation. It will be much easier to purify the dark matter. Everyone nodded. Then, Zhou Tong began to move. Formations had always been the most important thing in Zhou Tong's research. Now, it was finally time to put them to good use. He took out pieces of immortal gold and refined them into threads. Then, he carved Tao patterns on them. Finally, the Tao patterns intertwined to form flags. After that, he used the chaotic earth to refine the flagpoles. Then, he used different methods to combine them and fuse them with the previous flagpoles to form formation flags. This time, the refinement process took 300 years. During these 300 years, Yi Fan, the boundless Heavenly Emperor, the Qing Emperor, and the Divine Emperor began to search the entire fragment. They destroyed all traces of the scriptures and Tao technique. On the other side, Zhou Tong refined the 81 formation flags. As he waved the flags, immortal light shot into the sky, piercing through eternity and illuminating the darkness. Clang! In the end, Zhou Tong pierced the 81 flags into the 81 positions of the world fragment, completely bringing the entire world into the formation. Infuse your godly power and begin. Zhou Tong called out to the God Emperor Yi Fan and the others. Everyone nodded and focused their divine power on these array flags. Immediately, immortal light shot up into the sky, and the aura was unprecedented. Each array flag emitted a terrifying immortal light, illuminating the entire universe. Countless immortal lights sprinkled down like rain. Chi-chi. All of a sudden, streaks of black mist rose from the surface of the world, from the lakes, and from the glaciers. Then, they quickly disappeared in the immortal light. This was the only remaining dark matter in this realm. Now, it was being forced out by the formation and immortal light, and it was being purified bit by bit. Boom! Following the purification, the entire world changed. Boundless immortal Tao laws descended upon this realm. It was extremely terrifying. Even space seemed to have undergone some strange changes. The entire world was filled with boundless chaos. At the same time, the purification power was further enhanced. It penetrated deep into the earth veins, causing strands of divine aura to vibrate. Countless streaks of light shot up into the sky and connected with all the array flags, causing the purification effect to be even stronger. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Zhou Tong, the God Emperor Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor Wushi, Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, and Heavenly Emperor Qing had been purifying the entire world fragment for 100 years. Finally, the entire world and continent could no longer evaporate a single strand of dark matter. "It's done," Zhou Tong said as he slowly retracted his godly power. He turned to look at the God Emperor and the others. The God Emperor, who was already an immortal king, was fine. However, Yi Fan and the others were clearly very tired. Purifying an entire world was a heavy burden for them. "I didn't expect purifying an entire world to be so tiring," Yi Fan exclaimed. "Fortunately, there's an array formation. Otherwise, we might not be able to purify it completely even after 500 years, Heavenly Emperor Qing said. "The next step is to completely integrate this purified world into our world." The Divine Emperor looked at the boundless continent and began to make his move. Boom! He grabbed with his hand and instantly, 1/10 of the entire world was instantly enveloped by an 11-colored hand. Then, the God Emperor's hand shook and directly shook this large area away. Finally, the world that was shaken away by him turned into a flat continent that quietly stayed in the God Emperor's palm. "Fellow Taoist, this continent is so huge, but I only need this piece of land for my celestial silkworm race to live in. I'll take this continent back first," the God Emperor said as he quietly held the continent with his hand. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the God Emperor's actions. The God Emperor didn't take much land, only 1/10 of it. It was clear that the God Emperor had already given up a lot of benefits. With the God Emperor's 1/10 and Zhou Tong's 1/10, there were still 80% of this continent left for the 4 venerable immortals. The Great Empress probably doesn't need it. Heavenly Emperor Wushi probably doesn't need it either. Heavenly Emperor Qing probably needs less than 1/10 of it. At least 70% can be left for me to handle. Yi Fan was secretly delighted. "Fellow Taoist, please do as you wish." Zhou Tong smiled. At the same time, he also made his move. The array flags that were inserted into the ground and hadn't been pulled out yet suddenly erupted with resplendent immortal light. These immortal lights instantly connected and completely enveloped the entire world. The reason why these array flags took Zhou Tong so long to refine naturally wasn't just to assist in purifying dark matter. They also had many other abilities such as refining a world and forming a world of their own. The array formation formed by these 80 array flags could be said to be an Immortal King-level super defensive array. Once its power was fully unleashed, it could block an Immortal King's attack for a short period of time. Then, Zhou Tong instantly left this world with Yi Fan and the others and arrived in the chaos. At this moment, everyone clearly saw that the fragment world seemed to have turned into a glass marble, shining brightly in the chaos. Then, this marble slowly flew into Zhou Tong's palm and he put it away. "Fellow Taoist, that's amazing." The God Emperor couldn't help but be moved. This method of refining a world was much more advanced than what he had just done. He himself still had to constantly expend his godly power to hold up this world, but Zhou Tong seemed to have really refined the entire world. That marble in his palm was like nothing. Let's go, it's time to go back. Zhou Tong smiled and walked directly toward Jiutianshidi. Yi Fan and the others followed behind. Chapter 1156. Zhou Tong and the others soon returned to Jiutianshidi. Yi Fan and the others were excited to return to their home after a long time. Everyone, I'll leave first to settle this continent. The Divine Emperor looked at Zhou Tong and the others and said goodbye. Do as you wish. Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't say much. The Divine Emperor was still struggling to carry such a package. After the Divine Emperor left, the entire universe began to tremble. Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and the others all looked in the direction the Divine Emperor left. Boom! The starry sky shook, and a huge piece of land suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The huge piece of land instantly filled everyone's field of vision. At that moment, immortal light shot into the sky and the universe was dazzling. Even at the end of the galaxy, the stars seemed to have deviated from their original trajectories under the influence of this huge continent. Such a continent suddenly appeared in the universe. The impact is too great. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with endless runes. He was also observing what kind of effect the Divine Emperor would have on the universe after releasing a piece of land. He was going to do the same thing very soon. The continent that the Divine Emperor took away is already 1/10 the size of the entire universe. Now that it's suddenly released, it'll naturally affect the entire universe. The Lotus Emperor also said. He was also calculating the impact because he also wanted to integrate a small continent into his inner world. The boundless Heavenly Emperor and the ruthless Heavenly Emperor were also observing the Divine Emperor's actions. They had already decided on the plan to turn this world into the second immortal realm. Now that the Divine Emperor was devouring a part of another world for the first time, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Boom! At that moment, 5 colored roots suddenly appeared and took root in the universe, covering the area where the Divine Emperor placed the continent. It was too vast. The appearance of the World Tree appeared. This divine tree was huge and boundless, towering into the universe. Every leaf held up a star. The old bark split apart and emanated dense 5-colored rays of light and chaotic mist. Every single piece of old bark was like a dragon's scale, and it carried an aura of creation that was ancient and experienced. Now, with the Divine Emperor's actions, one could clearly feel that the laws of the World Tree were being integrated into the continent, and it was becoming stronger bit by bit. Boom! The void trembled, and a brand new continent appeared. Not only did it fill up a large area of the void of the universe, but it also caused the boundaries of the entire universe to expand. However, the power of the World Tree changed everything. It released the supreme rules of the Great Tao and resisted all the tremors. It also refined the chaos at the edge of the universe, making the worldly essence in the universe even richer. This was especially true for the continent brought by the Divine Emperor, which had an extremely dense amount of worldly essence. The World Tree is the core of the universe. Every piece of world fragment that fuses with the universe can strengthen the World Tree and further expand the boundaries of the universe. Yi Fan was deep in thought, but he was still a little speechless when he looked at Zhou Tong. The World Tree was at his place. Zhou Tong, did you already know about the relationship between the growth of the universe and the World Tree? This thought surfaced in Yi Fan's mind. However, Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it at the moment. He only looked at the World Tree and saw that there were more than a dozen fruits on the tree. These fruits were formed from the immortal substance on the continent that the Divine Emperor had integrated into the universe. That fragment was an item from a foreign realm, so it naturally contained an extremely dense amount of immortal substance. However, Zhou Tong had never allowed the immortal substance to spread wantonly. This was because once it spread out, it would make it easy for people to live forever, and truly amazing geniuses wouldn't be able to be born. Everyone had a lazy nature. Without a life or death crisis, how could one completely unleash their potential? If one didn't unleash their potential completely, how could a truly terrifying powerhouse appear? Therefore, it was obvious that most of the immortal substance on the Divine Emperor's continent had been absorbed by the World Tree and turned into fruits. The World Tree will need at least 1,000 years to roughly digest the Divine Emperor's continent. Therefore, the remaining continents will be integrated into the universe after 1,000 years. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and said, "If these continents are completely integrated into the universe, it might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years," Emperor of the Endless World said. "Therefore, for the next 100,000 years, there shouldn't be a need to continue to go to other places to bring in fragments of other worlds." Yi Fan nodded and said, "Don't worry. Before these continents are properly managed, I won't casually attack other worlds. The impact of these continents integrating into the universe is too strong. I don't know how many living beings were affected just now. There shouldn't be many. With the World Tree suppressing it, the entire universe is very stable." Zhou Tong said, "However, the Divine Emperor is too impatient. The array flags I refined have more than that. They can be integrated into the universe bit by bit like boiling a frog in warm water. It won't cause such a terrifying impact to the universe. I wonder what the future universe will be like." Yi Fan was looking forward to seeing the future universe. The future universe should be an enlarged planet with life. Zhou Tong said leisurely, "In the future universe, living beings will live on continent. As for the universe's starry sky, it will be equivalent to an ocean, the cosmic sea. The planet with life will be equivalent to an island in the cosmic sea. Continents, cosmic sea, islands. Haha, it's enough to see such a world." Emperor of the Endless World laughed. "However, I'll leave the construction of the universe to you guys. I'm going back to my island to cultivate in seclusion. Goodbye." Emperor of the Endless World was very carefree. He took a step forward and a golden path extended out, all the way to the starry sky where he lived. After experiencing the battle in the foreign realm and experiencing the dark matter, Emperor of the Endless World gained countless insights. His research of the sixth secret realm had also improved. "I'm leaving too. The universe is about to undergo such a drastic change. It's time to inform the Heavenly Court to make preparations." Yi Fan also said his goodbyes and quickly returned to the Heavenly Court. Ruthless Emperor of the Endless World did not speak much. He nodded at everyone and then returned to his own forbidden land of the ancient desolation to stay in seclusion. Construction of the universe. I don't have that much ambition. However, I do hope to obtain a small continent. I don't want much. I only want half of what the Divine Emperor gave me, the Lotus Emperor said. Zhou Tong nodded and gave a portion of the fragment to the Lotus Emperor. After getting what he wanted, the Lotus Emperor said his goodbyes. Chapter 1157. The Divine Emperor's actions shocked countless people in the entire universe. The shock in the void lasted for 100 years. If the Divine Emperor had not opened up a path to the starry sky, the entire celestial silkworm clan would have been isolated from the world for 100 years. However, everything in the world stabilized after 100 years. The shock brought about by this supercontinent slowly dissipated. After that, many races affiliated to the celestial silkworm clan moved to this continent and began a new life. Of course, the number of these races was too small for this supercontinent to fill up the entire continent. However, as time passed, this continent would eventually become more prosperous. This was because the essence of heaven and earth and various cultivation resources on this continent were far superior to many life planets in the starry sky. After the Divine Emperor's side gradually stabilized, Zhou Tong immediately cut off the part he needed and directly integrated it into the divine realm. However, his actions did not reveal anything to the outside world. Due to the world tree, the divine realm had almost formed a space of its own. Coupled with the suppression of the world tree, all the anomalies were immediately suppressed, preventing the outside world from being shocked. Although the movement in the divine realm did not shock the entire world, it was different on the tyrant body's ancestral star. Zhou Tong directly cut off a continent similar to the divine emperor's land and directly sent it to the tyrant body's ancestral star. The original tyrant body's ancestral star immediately turned into a continent. Of course, this movement also attracted the attention of the entire universe. Everyone saw the extremely huge continent on the tyrant body's ancestral star. Following the change of the tyrant body's ancestral star, the universe was once again in turmoil. However, the turmoil this time was obviously not as strong as the one with the divine emperor. Even those who had not reached the cutting path realm could not detect the fluctuations in the universe's starry sky. All the creatures in the world could only see two huge continents floating in the starry sky in the endless distance, emitting a hazy halo. After absorbing the continent brought by the divine emperor, the universe had obviously become much more stable. The stability of both the world tree and the space had increased by a large margin. Naturally, it also brought about a huge enhancement in the ability to resist shock. As a result, the impact of the changes on the tyrant body's ancestral star was not as strong as the one with the divine emperor. Now, only 60% of this continent is left for Yifan. Zhou Tong stood next to the Tree of World and looked at the glass orb in his hand quietly with a smile on his face. The Celestial Emperor took 10%, Zhou Tong's deity domain also took 10%, and the Tyrant Body Ancestral Star also took 10%. The Azure Emperor took half, and the other half was given to Zhou Tong's Prince Tian incarnation. It's about time. It's time to hand this thing over to Yifan. Zhou Tong casually tossed the glass orb to Yifan. Finally, the glass orb turned into a stream of light and fell into Yifan's hand. Oh, only 60% left? The Azure Supreme Tharch took away so much? Yifan was stunned. Then, he shook his head. He did not care too much. It was because 60% of the continent was already enough. In this battle, he wasn't the one who put in the most effort. If the spoils of war were divided according to how much effort he put in, he wouldn't even get 1,000th of it. Of course, this continent was not entirely for Yifan to use. Since he wanted to unify the universe and create a heavenly court where only he reigned supreme, a large part of this continent would have to be opened up to the various races and sects in the universe. However, it's time to start unsealing it. Yifan looked at the glass orb in his hand and immediately unsealed a part of it. Boom! Suddenly, the starry sky of the universe was filled with dazzling light. The entire star region lit up as if a second sun had appeared. The glass orb was unsealed, revealing the appearance of the continent inside. Moreover, as time passed, this continent was also constantly expanding. Unsealing it bit by bit was the way to expand the universe with the least impact. However, although the impact was very small, many people still noticed it. This expansion and change could not be hidden from the perception of quasi-emperors. It's here again. This is the third time. The third time after the celestial silkworm race and the tyrant body ancestral star. Another unprecedented continent that spans more than 10 star regions has appeared? It's in the heavenly court. Another continent has appeared. Perhaps the future situation of the universe will change. In the future, the Sea of Stars will turn into the Cosmic Sea. The real exciting places are on those continents. There were also many cultivators who were looking forward to it. This was because ever since the continent of the Divine Emperor appeared, they could feel the changes in the universe. The essence of heaven and earth was constantly becoming stronger. In the past, the essence of the universe was often concentrated on the major life planet. However, the most abundant place in the universe was a large area of empty space. Now, a part of these empty spaces was filled with such a continent. Naturally, the essence of the entire universe was skyrocketing. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Now, Yi Fan's continent had been completely unsealed. An incomparably huge continent stretched across the starry sky, and a large number of stars were affected. If it were not for the existence of the celestial silkworm race, the tyrant body ancestral star, and the world tree, the entire universe's starry sky would probably revolve around this huge continent. On this day, a thunderbolt that shook the entire universe suddenly came from the wasteland of the universe. After being silent for tens of thousands of years, the immortal King Tribulation once again descended on this part of the universe. All the cultivators were shocked, especially Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Emperor Ruthless. An unprecedented aura was transcending the immortal King Tribulation. They did not remember anyone in the universe who had cultivated to this level. Boom! The aura of the immortal King Tribulation spread across the entire universe's void. Everyone looked at the other side of the starry sky in shock. The terrifying tribulation descended. Countless auras of the great Tao descended from the outer realm and bombarded the person transcending the tribulation. It looks like a stone man? Could it be the Holy Spirit bloodline? Did this bloodline produce an immortal king? Emperor No Beginning was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. Although the Holy Spirit bloodline had always been the combat unit of the great emperor, the Holy Spirit bloodline was really strong. Since ancient times, the Holy Spirit bloodline had produced the most great emperors and ancient sovereigns. Zhou Tong had killed 2 Holy Spirits, the Stone Emperor and the Spirit Emperor. He had also killed the future Green Gold Emperor of the Holy Spirit bloodline. Emperor Qing had also killed 2 perfected Holy Spirits of the Holy Spirit bloodline. Emperor No Beginning had also killed perfected Holy Spirit. The most ruthless was Emperor Ruthless. She had directly flattened a forbidden area that belonged to the Holy Spirit bloodline. Since ancient times, the Holy Spirit bloodline had produced more than 10 great emperors and ancient sovereigns. But who could it be? Emperor No Beginning was puzzled. He could not imagine who it could be. Chapter 1158. The immortal King Tribulation lasted for 9 days before it finally ended. However, just like the previous few immortal King Tribulations, this immortal king did not appear in the starry sky in the end. Instead, he disappeared just like that. He disappeared. It seems like this immortal king, who is suspected to be a divine spirit, was also created by Zhou Tong. Yi Fan looked in the direction where the immortal King Tribulation disappeared, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He continued to cultivate in seclusion, thinking about his own 6th secret realm. In the past tens of thousands of years, he had never given up on the idea of this secret realm. Before this, he had never really found any clues. However, after the battle in the foreign realm and the further development of the heavenly court, Yi Fan vaguely felt that there were some clues. However, on the other side, in the divine realm, Zhou Tong looked at the divine striking stone's true fate that had passed the immortal King Tribulation and returned to his 10 heavens divine ring. He sighed slightly in his heart. The first true fate to return can only be considered to have reached the major completion stage. As for returning to the 6th secret realm, although I already have a method, I still need to comprehend it to ensure that there are no problems. Moreover, the most important thing now is to refine this jade scepter. Zhou Tong looked at the warlord bell floating beside him, and his gaze was fixed on the dozens of specks of light on the bell's body. Those were the fragments of the quasi-immortal Emperor Jade Scepter from the foreign realm. Now, after being refined by the warlord bell for tens of thousands of years, it's still only refined about 1%. A quasi-immortal Emperor artifact is indeed a quasi-immortal Emperor artifact. Even the fragments are difficult to refine. At this speed, it will take at least 1,000,000 years to completely refine it. Zhou Tong's gaze then looked at the 7 demonic stars on the bell's body. The warlord bell's refinement of the 7 demonic stars of the Little Stone Emperor was even lower, only about 1% in 1,000,000, and the refinement time was more than 100,000 years. At this speed, it would take at least 100 billion years to completely refine the 7 demonic stars. However, the situation is getting better and better. The more perfect my 6th secret realm is, the faster the refinement speed will be. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and continued to close his eyes to comprehend the mysteries of the 6th secret realm. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another 30,000 years passed. The entire universe methodically digested the origins of the continents and continued to grow. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged under the world tree. He was most aware of the changes in the entire universe. In the past 30,000 years, the world tree had grown thicker and thicker, and the fruits on the tree had grown more and more. On this day, a dazzling immortal light suddenly illuminated the universe. It was the light of ascension to immortality. When this light descended once again, it meant that another person in the universe had ascended to immortality. Zhou Tong, who was under the world tree, saw clearly who had become an immortal this time. Yen Ruyu. After so many years, you've finally become an immortal. Mortal dust immortal, half-immortal king. Just one more step and you'll be able to trigger the immortal king tribulation. Zhou Tong nodded slightly with a smile. Yen Ruyu might not be as talented and courageous as Yi Fan, No Beginning, and the others, but she was far more fortunate than Yi Fan and the others. Zhou Tong did not tell Yi Fan and the others about the cultivation system from the other worlds, but he did not hide it from Yen Ruyu. Moreover, Yen Ruyu had been sitting cross-legged under the world tree all these years to comprehend the changes of the Great Tao. This opportunity was envied by countless people in the universe. The immortal ascension tribulation should not be able to do anything to you. Zhou Tong was very confident in Yen Ruyu's ability to overcome the tribulation. Although the immortal ascension tribulation could not be resisted by external forces, there was an exception, and that was the death substitute talisman. The ancient Chaos Emperor's ancient Chaos Talisman was something similar. Yen Ryu had Zhou Tong's insurance, so naturally she would be fine. With her own strength, she did not even need to use such an insurance. However, double happiness comes at the same time. I'm about to break through too. With a thought, Zhou Tong's immortal light appeared at the same time as the quasi-immortal emperor light in his body. It flowed along the 5 great secret realms and poured into the divine striking stone's true fate in the 10 heavens divine ring. Boom! Instantly, the divine striking stone's true fate burned. Just like all the previous true fates, it bloomed with eternal light and then instantly turned into the 6th secret realm. At the same time, Zhou Tong's transformation also began. A terrifying power flowed along the divine striking stone's true fate and slowly entered every door in his body, causing his body to transform further. Among them, especially the immortal foundation's secret realm, reached an extreme. After all, the divine striking stone was related to the primordial spirit and divine sense. This time, the transformation, especially the immortal foundation's secret realm, was the most important. His immortal foundation was vast and mighty with supreme power, spreading out and seeping out of his body. One could clearly see that the brilliant light penetrated his skull and rushed out of his body, illuminating the entire divine realm. Within the light, the quasi-immortal emperor light was unprecedentedly bright. The previous 30% of the quasi-immortal emperor light had now increased to 40%. Boom! Then, the endless immortal light and quasi-immortal emperor light retracted together with the auspicious qi and multicolored light, surging towards Zhou Tong's body. The strange phenomena that filled the sky dissipated, but the great Tao symbols on his body bloomed. Endless auspicious light flowed, wrapping around him. As if he was undergoing rebirth, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Especially where his head was, there were even more so divine rings with quasi-immortal emperor aura that bloomed. That was the divine radiance that was naturally released when the primordial spirit was powerful to a certain extent. In the end, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. The strange phenomena on his body completely disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the auspicious qi, multicolored light, emperor light, or divine radiance, everything dissipated. He returned to being ordinary once more. The divine striking stone's true fate has returned, bringing with it the extreme strengthening of my primordial spirit. Zhou Tong quietly sensed the changes in his body. His primordial spirit had been strengthened to such a level. Whether it was the speed of his thinking or anything else, it had undergone another transformation. It was faster, stronger, and even his primordial spirit had some vague feeling, as if it had touched the void, touched the time, and turned the world upside down with a single thought. It's a bit like the supreme Zhu Shun of the realm of immortals cultivation system, but it's obviously stronger than the supreme Zhu Shun. With a single thought, strands of golden light suddenly condensed in the void under Zhou Tong's thought. In the end, a living Baian appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Even the supreme Zhu Shun of the realm of immortals is only indestructible. But for the current me, as long as I know the secrets of each race, I can completely create them out of thin air. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand and sent the little Bai, and that had just been born into the Divine Realms mountain, allowing it to live on its own. After experimenting a little with his current ability, Zhou Tong immediately looked at the immortal ascension tribulation in the starry sky. It had to be said that the immortal ascension tribulation of the quasi-immortal king level was very terrifying. Even Yen Ruyu couldn't withstand it. Her body had been shattered many times before she finally endured the immortal ascension tribulation with difficulty. In the end, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Yen Ruyu, who had successfully passed the tribulation, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to recover her body. Half a month later, she had completely recovered to her peak. Only then did she return to the divine realm with a brilliant green glow. After becoming an immortal, Yen Ruyu had a special temperament. It was as if she had washed away the aura of the demon race. Her whole body carried a kind of inviolable immortal qi. Congratulations, you've finally become an immortal. Zhou Tong was happy. Yen Ruyu smiled slightly. She had cultivated bitterly for many years, and now she had finally achieved result. She was also a little excited. It's said that after becoming an immortal, it's almost impossible to reproduce. Zhou Tong suddenly said in a deadly earnest manner. What do you mean? Yen Ruyu was stunned. Zhou Tong smiled and got up. He walked to Yen Ruyu's side and said, Nothing, it's just that I'm a little doubtful. How about we try again? Maybe it'll work? Chapter 1159. As time went on, the continent brought back from the other side's battle also smoothly merged into the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Moreover, in the following period of time, it gradually replaced the role of life planet. The spiritual veins on this type of enormous continent were also incomparably large, even a single small spiritual vein comparable to all of the spiritual veins on a life planet added together. That was why as Yifan's enormous continent opened up, more and more clans began to move to the continent to live. At first, it was only some clans' branch bloodlines that moved there, but as time went on, the branch bloodlines became more and more powerful, gradually surpassing the main bloodlines, making those clans' focus shift to the continent. The entire world also became more and more prosperous with the appearance of these spiritual veins. Geniuses even more so emerged endlessly. However, under this prosperity, Yifan and the others were actually a bit worried as well. It was because they had seen the true corrosion of darkness, knowing that the darkness was currently corroding the entire system bit by bit. The more prosperous it was now, the more terrifying it would be in the future. It was to the extent where this type of prosperity might even be a wedding dress for the darkness. However, Zhou Tong didn't mind this too much. During this period of time, he continued to quietly cultivate. The current him already had Mole Cricket, Lightning Emperor, True Dragon, 9 Netherworlds Ao, 9-leaf Sword Grass, and Divine Striking Stone. These 6 great vicious 10 true fates returned to him, turning them into the 6th secret realm. He still lacked the Kuan Pung, Immortal Phoenix, Qilin, and Heavenly Horned Ant, these 4. This was especially the case with the Heavenly Horned Ant. Right now, it was already inside the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, only waiting for the 3rd layer of the universe to completely break down, and then he could begin to turn this true fate into the 6th secret realm. Time went on. In the blink of an eye, another 100,000 years passed. However, in the recent dozen or so years, Zhou Tong didn't cultivate, instead accompanying Yen Ruyu at her side. It was because after the two of them worked hard for many years, Yen Ruyu finally became pregnant again. Even in the immortal ancient era or even the age of emperor collapse, how many children did the immortal kings of those endless years have? Their bloodline descendants were almost all left behind before they achieved immortality. After they truly achieved immortality, it was almost impossible for them to have children. Only a few extremely rare individuals defied the heavens and left behind descendants after achieving immortality. Zhou Tong now already touched upon the half-immortal emperor realm. With his current terrifying cultivation realm, having children was naturally even more difficult and heaven-defying, the chances terrifyingly low. However, no matter how low it was, as long as it wasn't zero, now, he could be considered to have achieved something. Of course, with Zhou Tong's current cultivation, the overbearing power of his bloodline was enough to scare people to death. It was not weaker than the true dragon, the immortal phoenix, the chaotic body, and the connate saint being. She was pregnant for 18 years. 18 years later, Yen Ruyu gave birth, giving birth to a healthy baby boy. His entire body flowed with brilliant colors as he descended. The entire divine realm was filled with immortal energy, immortal light and auspicious energy pervading the air. In an instant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged and rolled over. Divine light descended from the sky, and the great path rumbled. Endless rules of heaven and earth interweaved on the baby boy's body. The power of this child's bloodline was so strong that it attracted the blessings of the entire world. Even a branch of the world tree fell in this direction, and all Tao descended. Zhou Tong could clearly see the myriad of spiritual essence and the myriad of Taos intertwining within the baby's body. In the end, they condensed into the baby's sea of reincarnation's secret realm and transformed into a green lotus. This is... Yen Ruyu was shocked. This green lotus should be one of the characteristics of the chaotic green lotus, one of the characteristics of the connate demon race. However, according to logic, Zhou Tong's overbearing bloodline should not have such a characteristic. It's not a characteristic of the demon race. It's the human race, and it's the supreme body. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered. He saw the traces of Tao patterns and symbols contained within the green lotus. The strength of those Tao patterns and symbols was not inferior to the forbidden domain of the second and third great emperors. It was a supreme technique. Supreme body? There's such a body in the human race? Yen Ruyu looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. She had never heard of such a thing. Actually, I should have thought of it. The origin of the world is so strong that it's time for a body like the supreme body to be born in the universe, Zhou Tong said leisurely. The supreme body was also called the innate supreme body. This thing was very common in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient eras. The innate supreme body, as the name implied, was born with the characteristics of a supreme body. For example, Huang Tiandi's supreme bone contained the supreme body's Tao and law. Therefore, the innate supreme body was equivalent to being born with the supreme body's Tao fruit. It was equivalent to standing above the forbidden domain. Other people, unless they were too heaven-defying, couldn't fight with them at the same level. Of course, there were strong and weak innate supreme bodies. The strong innate supreme body's rune-treasured technique was equivalent to the forbidden domain of a great emperor, or even those great emperors who had undergone nirvana for several generations. The weak innate supreme body's rune-treasured technique was only equivalent to an ordinary half-emperor. Among them, the strongest was Huang Tiandi's treasured technique, which had undergone nirvana for several times. His first supreme body treasured technique, Heaven's Hand, was actually an ordinary great emperor's forbidden domain. However, the reincarnation treasured technique after nirvana had reached the immortal level. In the hands of Huang Tiandi himself, its power was not weaker than the vicious 10 technique. Then, the third nirvana treasured technique was enough to play a great role in a half-emperor battle. Following Zhou Tong's explanation, Yen Ryu also gradually understood what the so-called sovereign body was. If this was in the past, it was simply a body that could guarantee one a great emperor. The supreme body has also appeared. I'm afraid the Holy Spirits will also be greatly strengthened. In the future, there will be a long period of time that belongs to the Holy Spirit. Zhou Tong looked at the universe and sensed the trajectory of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He sensed several Holy Spirits that were being nurtured. He sensed that the Tao in these Holy Spirits was no longer ordinary great emperor's Tao fruit, but immortal Tao fruit. Just like the Holy Spirits of the immortal ancient era, the day of great success was the day of immortal ascension. Of course, in the current era, if one wanted to trigger the immortal tribulation, at least the level of immortal, which was a half-immortal king. Even a great perfection Holy Spirit didn't have such power. However, it was still very easy for them to trigger the immortal tribulation. In the past, this would be guaranteed to become a great emperor, but in the current environment. Yen Ryu looked at the universe. There were countless cultivators who achieved Tao in different ways, but none of them dared to trigger the great emperor tribulation, because once they did, they would be besieged by others. The human tribulation in the current universe was too strong, and it was caused by cultivators of the same level and generation. People who didn't rely on themselves to live a second life didn't dare to prove their Tao. How can one grow without experiencing the wind and rain? I don't plan to seal him. Let him fight for it himself. Zhou Tong didn't think much. This time, he was too lazy to seal him. Instead, he directly let him grow in this era. When he was born, auspicious signs descended from the heavens. Heaven and earth congratulated him, so he was named Rue. Zhou Tong immediately decided on his child's name, Zhou Rue. Chapter 1160. After Zhou Rue was born, he first stayed by Zhou Tong and Yen Ryu's side and spent a few happy years as a child. Then, from the age of 5, he began his cultivation journey. As the descendant of Zhou Tong, an immortal king who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal emperor, and Yen Ryu, a quasi-immortal king, he was smart and had unparalleled talent. From the beginning of his cultivation, he had constantly broken the records of his predecessors. He learned everything very quickly. However, it was also because of this that Zhou Tong and Yen Ryu did not pass their complete scriptures to him. Instead, they passed down some scattered scriptures and let him go alone. After becoming a saint in the divine realm, Zhou Tong let him go out alone to compete with the geniuses of the various races in the universe. After experiencing many immortal king great tribulations, the power of the outside world seeped into the universe and strengthened the essence of the universe. There was also the continent from the foreign realm, which made the environment of the 9 heavens and 10 earths better than ever. This was an era of bright stars, and geniuses were emerging endlessly. However, in this life, with the appearance of Zhou Rue, all the geniuses in the universe were overshadowed. They were like dust in front of him, and could not catch up to his footstep. Even those supreme seniors who had already achieved Tao suddenly realized that the juniors behind them had to be looked up to after a short period of seclusion. He had already become a quasi-emperor when he was just 100 years old. After that, he fought with the geniuses of various races for 100 years and finally triggered the Emperor Tribulation. He stood proudly in the heavenly tribulation alone. As he went through the tribulation, he fought against enemies from all directions. In one day, he killed 13 opponents who had achieved Tao through different means. In the end, he destroyed all Taos and became the new great emperor. Tao validation in one life. Zhou Rui's appearance created an unprecedented miracle since the Golden Age. Since the Golden Age, those who had validated their Tao basically lived a second life. However, he broke this rule. This made everyone in the world cry out in surprise. There might be a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse like Zhou Tong and Yi Fan in the universe. During the process of Zhou Rui's Tao validation, Yan Ryu had been watching him nervously, afraid that something would happen to him. However, in the end, he defeated all the geniuses of this generation, the previous generation, and the generation before that and forcefully validated his Tao. Zhou Rui returned to God's domain in a dazzling light. Only now did Zhou Tong pass on his scriptures and the treasured techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts to him. It allowed him to comprehend the heaven's core imprint in the world tree together with the scriptures and treasured techniques, further strengthening his own scriptures and great Tao. Following Zhou Rui's Tao confirmation, the universe regained its peace. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. Zhou Rui's great Tao suppression also dissipated. There were signs of a new great emperor appearing in the universe. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly opened his eyes under the world tree. That aura! Zhou Tong waved his hand and a passageway appeared beside him. He followed the passageway and entered a cold universe. At this moment, in the universe, 9 huge black dragons flew across the sky. They were pulling a huge bronze coffin as they slowly moved forward from one domain to another. However, at this moment, the bronze coffin was different from before. It was now emitting an inexplicable aura. It was this aura that attracted Zhou Tong's attention, causing him to wake up from his seclusion and find this place. Of course, many people in the universe had also found the bronze coffin. However, no one could catch up with them, not even the cultivators who had attained Tao through other means. Every time a cultivator approached it, it would disappear and reappear in another domain. However, it did not reject Zhou Tong. Instead, it allowed Zhou Tong to approach it. It's not rejecting me. Is it acknowledging me? Or is it related to the scripture recorded on my warlord bell? Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He took out the warlord bell. Suddenly, the bell emitted a hazy halo as if it was resonating with the bronze coffin. If I can get such recognition, then maybe Yi Fan can too? Zhou Tong did not think too much. He entered the bronze coffin and sat quietly beside the small coffin. After cultivating to this realm, Zhou Tong once again sat cross-legged and quietly comprehended the sound of the great Tao coming from the bronze coffin. Clang! Every time the great Tao's heavenly melody rang out, the bell beside Zhou Tong would resonate, vibrating together and emitting mysterious sound waves. These sound waves seemed to break through the shackles and lead to eternity. Zhou Tong's Tao sense became stronger and stronger. It also gave him a deeper understanding of the scripture left behind by celestial Larch Huang. This scripture doesn't just repair the immortal realm. It also seems to mention something above heaven? Zhou Tong had clearly comprehended many different things this time. The deeper one's cultivation was, the more mysterious and unfathomable things one could comprehend from these scriptures. There were even many deeper meanings that Zhou Tong had not noticed before. Repair the world? It's more like gathering the faith of the heavens and unifying them? Unifying the realms? The more things Zhou Tong comprehended, the more doubts he had. These things were all things passed down by Celestial Thar Chuang from above. Only by reaching Celestial Thar Chuang's height could one completely understand all of the profound mysteries within. I wonder if my heavenly horned ant true fate can comprehend anything different? Zhou Tong was moved. He wanted to let his heavenly horned ant true fate give it a try. He subconsciously looked at the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. There wasn't much left of the divine realm at the top of the 3 layers of the universe. As long as the divine realm layer collapsed, the pressure on the 10 heavenly passage divine ring would be greatly reduced. He would be able to truly erupt with half-immortal emperor-level power. In at most 10,000 years, my heavenly horned ant true fate will be free. Zhou Tong roughly calculated the time, inwardly saying, I'll just wait here for 10,000 years. He finally found the 9 dragons pulling the coffin with great difficulty, so Zhou Tong didn't want to let it go just like that. If he let it go this time, who knew how long it would take to find it again? Clang! The tyrant bell rumbled. Strands of bell waves interweaved, reverberating inside the bronze coffin, and then resonating with the small coffin. And only at this time did Zhou Tong notice the tyrant bell's abnormality. His eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. The refining speed of the jade scepter fragments increased by 10 times? Is it because it resonated with the 3-world copper hall? Out of curiosity, Zhou Tong carefully examined the 7 demonic stars. The refining speed of the 7 demonic stars didn't increase, only the refining speed of the jade scepter fragments increased by 10 times. That's right, after all, it's a complete half-immortal emperor artifact. Even with the help of the bronze coffin, it's still not enough. To truly refine the 7 demonic stars, it still depends on my own strength, but a broken half-immortal emperor artifact is much simpler. This 10,000 years of seclusion is still quite necessary. Chapter 1161. Inside the bronze coffin, great Tao heavenly sound continuously sounded. Zhou Tong continuously comprehended the scriptures left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang, at the same time assisting the heavenly horned ant's true mandate in breaking down the universe, also refining the tyrant bell a step further. However, right after Zhou Tong entered seclusion for 3 years, a sound suddenly interrupted his seclusion. The sealed bronze coffin opened again, a familiar figure appearing before Zhou Tong's eyes. Yi Fan. He also found this place. Zhou Tong, why are you here? Yi Fan stared blankly. He never expected to see a familiar face after opening the coffin lid. Even you can find this thing, is it strange that I can find this place as well? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. Haha, that's true. Yi Fan laughed, also jumping into the bronze coffin. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan also keenly sensed the great Tao heavenly sound released from the small coffin inside the bronze coffin. When he first came here, he could only forcefully remember this type of heavenly sound, and then engrave it on his own cauldron. However, now that he achieved immortality, he immediately gained a different type of comprehension. At the same time, he also sized up Zhou Tong's bell. His bell is refining that unknown thing from the other side? Yi Fan clearly sensed that Zhou Tong's bell was different from before. The more Yi Fan looked, the more he felt that Zhou Tong's bell was mysterious. It was to the extent where he didn't even need to activate it, yet he could sense the extremely rich power of time released from this bell, the power of time even richer than that of Great Emperor Without Beginning's bell that specialized in the great Tao of time. I wonder just how many supreme treasures his bell has refined. I wonder just how many experts have fallen under this bell. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became, especially when he saw the bloodstains of different colors on the great bell. Every bloodstain represented the life of an expert. From half-emperor to those restricted region supreme beings, and then to true immortals, and then to immortal kings, This was especially the case after it was refined. Those bloodstains and engravings not only didn't have that bloody feeling, they instead gained a type of immortal energy feeling. Yi Fan imitated Zhou Tong and took out his Tao-confirming weapon. It turned into the size of a human head and floated above his head. Yi Fan's cauldron was simple and extraordinary. It was forged from many types of immortal gold mixed with myriad origin qi. However, all of the dark immortal gold's light was slightly dim. It was clear that Yi Fan had refined a lot of dark immortal gold. As the cauldron breathed in and out, one could vaguely see a brilliant and mysterious starry sky world revolving around the cauldron. Inside the mouth of the cauldron, there seemed to be a galaxy that was incomparably dazzling. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan's cauldron and said, "TSK, your cauldron has refined a lot of dark immortal gold and great all-embracing immortal gold. You must have gotten them from that continent." Yi Fan also smiled. "That's right. The immortal gold of that world is completely different from the immortal gold of our world. After refining it, I also felt that the cauldron seemed to have undergone some strange changes. I wonder how many types of immortal gold there are in total in the heavens. If all of them are mixed together, what kind of thing will be obtained? According to what I know, there are several dozen types of immortal gold, but what I know is only half of them, only 20 or so type. However, when all of the immortal gold are mixed together, it will form a type of mixed gold known as everlasting indestructible," Zhou Tong said softly. After the battle of the other side, his spoils of war improved a step further. In the treasury of the two immortal kings from Soul River, he discovered several types of immortal gold that he had never seen before, but had heard of before. For example, the profound yellow immortal gold that pursued good fortune and avoided disaster, untainted by karma, the starry sky immortal gold that could produce a starry sky, the heavenly blood immortal gold that was related to the blood of creatures. It was to the extent where he even found a type of immortal gold that he had never even heard of before. This type of immortal gold was entirely golden red, yang energy rushing into the heavens, simply like a small sun. This type of immortal gold was something Zhou Tong had never encountered before. However, after searching those immortal kings' souls, he learned the name of this type of immortal gold, blazing sun immortal gold. Everlasting indestructible? Not even immortal kings dare call themselves everlasting indestructible. This type of immortal gold actually has this type of power? Yi Fan was also shocked to the extreme, especially after experiencing the battle of the other side, when the other side's immortal kings were all killed by Zhou Tong. His reverence towards immortal kings immediately disappeared. Your cauldron only has a few types of immortal gold. You obviously cannot sense the power after all of the immortal gold are mixed together. However, I can feel a bit of the everlasting indestructible mysteries. While Zhou Tong spoke, he gave Yi Fan's cauldron a look. He continued, "Your cauldron has refined a bit too much darkness immortal gold. That type of darkness aura is a bit strong. This piece of blazing sun immortal gold is for you. Perhaps it can dispel some of the darkness aura a bit." While speaking, Zhou Tong casually tossed a head-sized piece of immortal gold to Yi Fan. It was precisely blazing sun immortal gold. When this piece of immortal gold appeared, it immediately released strong yang energy, simply like a small sun. Zhou Tong definitely wouldn't use up all of the immortal gold he obtained. He would leave behind a bit of immortal gold to use as a seed, and then think of a way to nurture it. During these years, who knew just how many immortal gold veins had appeared within his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. However, for immortal gold like blazing sun immortal gold that had only been obtained for a short period of time, he didn't have much on hand. There was no way he could give too much to Yi Fan. Blazing sun immortal gold? Yi Fan received this head-sized piece of immortal gold, immediately feeling a wave of warm energy enter his body through his palm. "Many thanks," Yi Fan said seriously, at the same time sending this piece of immortal gold into the cauldron. Then, with a speed visible to the naked eye, Yi Fan's cauldron's aura began to change, quickly changing from the previous trace of sinister aura to a type of grand and masculine aura. Even the sun, moon, and stars at the cauldron's mouth became brighter and more resplendent. Such a small piece of blazing sun, immortal gold, naturally couldn't completely neutralize the power of the darkness immortal gold, but Yi Fan's cauldron had already refined a portion of the radiant immortal gold. It was just a small amount. Therefore, this piece of blazing sun, immortal gold happened to be the thing that broke the balance. Let's not talk about the immortal gold for now, but Yi Fan, did you comprehend anything from the sutra in the bronze coffin? Zhou Tong quickly changed the topic. He wanted to see if Yi Fan had comprehended anything. After all, according to the original story's progression, the smallest coffin in the three-world bronze coffin, which represented the power of an immortal emperor, belonged to Heavenly Emperor Huang, and the middle coffin, which represented the power of an immortal emperor, belonged to Yi Fan. From the original point of view, Yi Fan should have been fated with this coffin, so Zhou Tong valued Yi Fan's opinion very much. He wanted to know if he had comprehended anything. This sutra seems to be telling us to repair the immortal realm, but I feel like it has some other deeper meaning. Yi Fan muttered to himself for a while, then shared some of his comprehensions. He also wanted to discuss the mysteries of this sutra with Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong also didn't hold back, and shared many of his comprehensions. Chapter 1162. Time passed day by day, but the inside of the bronze coffin didn't seem to be affected by time at all. Zhou Tong and Yi Fan sat cross-legged on either side of the bronze coffin. The bell above Zhou Tong's head vibrated with bell waves from time to time, and Yi Fan's cauldron also emitted the sound of chanting scriptures. The fluctuations of their Tao confirming weapons combined with the sound of the great Tao in the bronze coffin completely turned the inside of the bronze coffin into a Tao land. The two of them comprehended the changes of the great Tao bit by bit in this environment, comprehending the profound meaning of the scripture left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang, and further refining their Tao confirming weapons here. Whether it was Zhou Tong's bell or Yi Fan's cauldron, the scripture from Heavenly Emperor Huang was integrated into them during the refining process. Refining it inside the bronze coffin would allow him to improve the power of his Tao verification artifact. In particular, Zhou Tong's bell was integrated with two half-immortal emperor weapons. Although the power inside the bronze coffin was useless against the 7 demonic stars, the broken jade scepter was integrated into the bell bit by bit. The bell's power was getting stronger and stronger. This power even affected Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged across from him. It's getting stronger. His bell, this pressure is too strong, and it's getting stronger every year. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong's bell with a hint of envy in his eyes. During this period, Yi Fan didn't know how many times he had observed the bell, but the suppression of this bell was getting more and more terrifying. Even Yi Fan vaguely felt that the sound of the great Tao inside the bronze coffin was also being suppressed by this bell. Could it be that it can even suppress the sound of the Tao inside the bronze coffin? This bell has actually reached such a terrifying power after refining that precious foreign treasure. Yi Fan was secretly shocked. The more he observed, the more he realized how terrifying this bell was. First of all, the materials were terrifying. This bell had refined who knew how many weapons. Emperor weapons, immortal king weapons, and immortal king weapons. Besides immortal gold, there were many mysterious materials that even Yi Fan couldn't recognize. He felt that these materials didn't belong to this world. Next were the Tao patterns. The Tao patterns on the weapons refined by the bell had become a part of this bell, causing the bell's power to reach an extreme. In particular, there seemed to be many strange patterns on the bell that Yi Fan felt, giving him a strange feeling that this bell wasn't refined with their 5 secret realms cultivation system. All of this made the suppression of this bell frighteningly strong. Yi Fan had some doubts. Zhou Tong didn't even need to erupt with bell waves. Just the materials and Tao patterns of the bell itself could directly suppress an immortal king, Time passed. At the same time, Zhou Tong's side had also reached a critical moment. He already didn't have the mind to pay attention to his bell refining the half-immortal Emperor weapon fragment, instead shifting all of his attention to his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Zhou Tong watched the 3 layers of cosmos within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. To be more precise, there were 2 layers. It was because the 3rd layer only had a final void image left, almost impossible to see. And on this day, the last trace of the illusory figure would completely disappear. Inside the 3 layers of cosmos, the heavenly horned ant's true fate that was originally sitting in the highest layer of divine realm had now completely appeared. Right now, it was as if he was sitting in the lower 2 layers of cosmos. There were even wisps of radiance that flew out from the final bit of divine realm, entering the heavenly horned ant's true fate. Hong Long. When the final bit of radiance scattered into the heavenly horned ant's true fate, the final bit of divine realm's radiance immediately disappeared. Then, the remaining 2 layers of cosmos shook endlessly. It was just like a pyramid. The most important upper layer was destroyed, so this pyramid naturally wasn't as stable as before. At the same time, the heavenly horned ant's true fate's power erupted, especially his primordial spirit's power, reaching a whole new level. When the 3 layers of cosmos took form, half of the heavenly horned ant's true fate's soul already merged with it. Now that divine realm completely merged with the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the portion of soul that merged with divine realm was naturally released, entering the heavenly horned ant's true fate's body again. Meanwhile, on the other side, after divine realm merged with the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the stability of the space within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring also reached a whole new level. Inside the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the cracks produced by the 3 layers of cosmos had long disappeared. Right now, apart from the slightly stifling atmosphere within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, there were already no other scars. The current 10 heavenly passage divine ring already far exceeds the peak of the foreign realm. Even the peak of immortal domain might not be able to compare to my 10 heavenly passage divine ring, right? Zhou Tong looked at the brand new world, inwardly extremely satisfied. When the entire divine realm merged with it, this world's source completely erupted to an unimaginable degree. The entire world's mountains and rivers were magnificent, the scenery elegant. Heaven and earth's spiritual essence was so rich that it almost turned into rivers and lakes, flowing on the great earth and in the skies. There were also giant mountains that towered into the clouds, waves of white mist pervading the air. There was even chaotic energy rising. High up in the sky, dense multicolored light was endless, and there were even more stars that flickered with dazzling radiance. Above the cosmos sea of stars, every star was vast and boundless, many of them containing shocking immortal treasures. In this world, there were even countless shocking heaven and earth spiritual roots that were born. This was especially the case with the 17 most powerful spiritual root. Any one of them was enough to compete for the top 3 immortal medicines in immortal ancient times. In reality, this type of power could be seen from the World Tree's transformation. The World Tree inside Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly passage divine ring, even a small branch could compare to the 9 heavens 10 earth's World Tree's main trunk. Compared to the World Tree in the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the World Tree in the 9 heavens 10 earths was simply like comparing weeds to a giant tree. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed. He looked towards a speck of light on the World Tree's surface. Even though it was a speck of light, that was only relative to this massive World Tree. If it was taken out individually, every single speck of light would be comparable to a sun. There was a large group of these specks of light on the World Tree, swirling around the World Tree like fireflies. However, Zhou Tong only stared at one of them. To be more precise, he was staring at the center of that speck of light. He could clearly sense that there were several life forms that were being nurtured within the speck of light. Golden crow. My world tree is actually nurturing a golden crow? A hint of shock appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes. He never expected this type of change to actually take place. Right, this tree originally belonged to the golden crow race. The creator of immortal ancient methods left behind an indelible mark on this tree. Now that the world's origin has become so vigorous, the world tree is naturally starting to nurture golden crows again. Oh well, since you were all born on the world tree, your golden crow race can just be the protectors of the world tree. Zhou Tong casually sent a streak of immortal light into the bodies of the golden crows that were being nurtured. Chapter 1163. With the deity world disintegrating, there are many other problems that need to be solved. Zhou Tong shifted his gaze from the world tree to other directions, especially the region where the third layer of the cosmos god world had disappeared. In that region there was a huge shadow that was like a cloud. If it was placed in the outside world, it would be as big as 8 or 9 starfield. This cloud-like shadow was as heavy as a mountain. It was black and yellow in color and was misty. Any wisp of fog was enough to crush mountains and rivers. Just looking at it was enough to make an ordinary person feel suffocated. That was black and yellow energy. Black was the essence of heaven, and yellow was the essence of the earth. The so-called black and yellow energy was the essence of heaven and earth. Zhou Tong had placed a strand of black and yellow mother energy in the deity world. It was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the deity world to strengthen itself. Firstly, it was to consume the spiritual energy of the deity world and reduce the burden on the 10 heavens god ring. Secondly, it was to make use of the black and yellow energy's ability to suppress mountains and rivers in the void to strengthen the 10 heavens god ring. Now, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. That thumb-sized strand of black and yellow mother energy had developed into a huge amount of black and yellow energy that could cover 8 or 9 starfield. That strand of black and yellow mother energy was especially thick. It was like a huge dragon that traversed billions of miles across the universe. It's time to use this black and yellow energy. With a thought, Zhou Tong divided the massive amount of black and yellow energy into 12 parts. He then activated the Tao fire and refined the black and yellow energy into 12 weapons. The 3 black and yellow bells represented the past, present, and future. They suppressed the river of time. The 4 black and yellow tablets represented the east, west, south, and north. They suppressed the boundless earth. The 3 black and yellow cauldrons suppressed the boundless void. The 2 black and yellow pagodas suppressed the universe. Zhou Tong also fused the 12 weapons into the core of the 10 heavens god ring. He also used the 12 weapons to connect the runes that he had been arranging since the beginning of his cultivation. With the 12 weapons as the array core, he could completely suppress the entire world. Wang Long. As the suppression of the 12 weapons took shape, the space within the 10 heavens god ring became more stable. The remaining 2-layered universe's suppression on the 10 heavens god ring was further reduced. Many living beings within the 10 heavens god ring also felt that the mountain above their heads had shifted a little. Their souls also became more free. These 12 weapons were refined with the origin energy of all living things as the core. The 12 weapons are one with the entire world. The stronger the future world, the 12 weapons will also grow along with it. In the future, even if there are more new worlds, we can distribute and integrate them more rationally, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Next, I can further deal with the remaining 2-layered universe. Zhou Tong first took a fancy to the base of the 2-layered universe, which was a large space formed by tens of millions of universes. It was the foundation of the universe's 3 layers of the universe's foundation. To be precise, it was the leaves of the tree of the world tree world. Every leaf of the world tree that was emitting golden light was holding a sea of stars which was shining brightly. Of the 10 world, bees left to do its boom. The remaining 2-layered universe instantly separated. Then, the bottom layer of the universe instantly moved. They immediately flew towards the tree of the world. In the end, each universe squeezed out the sea of stars on the leaves and landed on a leaf. Gotcha! The tree of the world shook slightly. Countless branches cracked. The tree of the world hadn't grown to this point yet. It was impossible for the leaves to grow to the point where they could support the world. Rumble! But at this time, a dazzling light rolled over from the void. A different streak of black and yellow energy quickly wrapped around the tree of the world, stabilizing it. It was the black and yellow energy used to cultivate the black and yellow immortal body in the primordial space. Although this black and yellow energy looked very similar to Shrouding Heaven World's black and yellow energy, it surpassed Shrouding Heaven World's black and yellow energy in all aspects. There were originally 10 portions of this black and yellow energy used to suppress the 3 layers of the universe. But later, 6 of them were used by Zhou-Tong's heavenly horned ant True Fate to cultivate the black and yellow immortal body. These were the only 4 portions left. But even these 4 portions were enough to suppress these 10 million universes and not affect the tree of the world. Then, the tree of the world quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The branches that were previously crushed were quickly restored. Right now, it can only be considered the tree of the world and the black and yellow energy sharing the pressure of the heavenly horned ant True Fate. Only when the heavenly horned ant True Fate's soul in these 10 million universes is completely absorbed can it truly merge with the tree of the world. Zhou-Tong looked at the tree of the world, then looked back at the heavenly horned ant True Fate. At this moment, he was suppressing the middle layer of the 3 universes alone. He was walking through the universes, constantly extracting the souls that had merged into the universes. Then, he broke through the boundary walls of the universes, sending the things inside the universes into the sea of stars. Inside the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, stars were shining all over the sky. Moreover, there were more and more stars, and the entire world was becoming more and more resplendent. Breaking down the middle layer of the universe is also a huge project. The time it takes is at least 10 times that of the divine realm. Zhou-Tong pondered for a moment. Then, with a thought, he activated the 12 artifacts he refined before. Suddenly, dang! The 3 black and yellow bells that were suppressing the river of time swayed slightly. Rings of ripples quickly spread over the river of time. Then, the 3 bells' ripples resonated, quickly affecting the entire river of time. Hong Long! The flow of time inside the 10 heavenly passage divine ring clearly sped up by more than 20 times. This instead made the heavenly horned ant True Fate's speed of breaking down the middle layer of the universe a bit faster than when it was breaking down the divine realm. Time. The 10 heavenly passage divine ring is something I cultivated after all. Whether or not time flows in reverse is completely within my control. A smile couldn't help but appear on Zhou-Tong's face. It was to the extent where even 20 times wasn't the limit. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still 2 layers of universes left to break down, he could even completely reverse the flow of time in his inner world. However, with 20 times of time acceleration, breaking down the second layer of the universe might only take 100,000 years. Zhou-Tong's mind became a bit lively. Right now, the 3rd layer of the universe's divine realm was broken down, completely merging into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Meanwhile, the lower layer of the universe also had the world tree and black and yellow energy suppressing it, so there was no need for the heavenly horned ant True Fate to suppress it. The heavenly horned ant True Fate only needed to break down the middle layer of the universe. The workload was greatly reduced. This also meant that the heavenly horned ant True Fate could take care of many things in the outside world. In other words, the current me can erupt with half-immortal emperor-level strength at any time. I can go out and have some fun again. Zhou Tong was in a good mood. However, before I go out and have some fun, I should still test out a bit first. Following Zhou Tong's thoughts, the heavenly horned ant True Fate immediately released a streak of divine force with a wave of his hand, accurately landing on the Overlord bell. Dang! A sharp and clear bell sound rang through the air. The Overlord bell completely shone, all of the imprints on the bell body coming to life. This was especially the case with the 33 layers of primal chaos world inside the bell. It even more so released extremely terrifying divine might. Primal chaos pervaded the air, great Tao rumbling. Layer after layer of immortal light continuously crushed down on those jade Rui fragments. The damaged half-immortal Emperor artifact was currently being quickly refined, the refining speed more than 10 times faster than before. TSK, even if it is a damaged half-immortal Emperor artifact, it still needs a half-immortal Emperor-level expert to quickly refine it. Zhou Tong could sense that his bell was currently quickly becoming stronger. There were even some half-immortal Emperor-level runes that were engraved on the bell body, making this bell's power erupt. Chapter 1164. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had already passed since the collapse of the divine realm. During these 10,000 years, Zhou Tong didn't continue to stay in the bronze coffin, instead returning to his own divine realm. The heavenly horned ant's True Fate could already free up a bit. Naturally, the first thing he had to do, apart from refining the tyrant bell a step further, was to completely absorb the great Tao intent comprehended by the heavenly horned ant's True Fate. All this time, because of the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, Zhou Tong had only been extremely careful, from time to time obtaining some scattered profound mysteries from the heavenly horned ant's True Fate. However, now, he finally had the time to completely communicate with the heavenly horned ant's True Fate and obtain the complete Great Tao profound mysteries. During these 10,000 years, he had always been communicating with the heavenly horned ant's True Fate. His entire body's aura became more and more terrifying, endless Tao patterns blossoming within his body. This was especially the case with his mole cricket, lightning emperor, true dragon, 9 netherworld Ao, 9-leaf sword grass, and divine striking stone, these 6 true fates that had already formed the 6th secret realm, even more so vaguely releasing different auras. Strand after strand of great Tao divine chains that represented different cultivation systems connected to his body bit by bit, causing the Tao patterns all over his body to undergo a bit of transformation. Zhou Tong could clearly sense that the first thing that changed was his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. Inside the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm vaguely began to nurture a type of profound and unfathomable Tao pattern. Cultivators who cultivated the heaven concealing technique, during the process of cultivation, would all produce Tao patterns in their secret realms. Starting from the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm, Tao patterns would be born. Meanwhile, these Tao patterns were the materials used by cultivators who cultivated the heaven concealing technique to refine their own artifacts. Every single Tao verification artifact was refined from the Tao patterns within the body with immortal materials. It was precisely because of this that Tao verification artifacts would merge with the cultivator's body. However, Zhou Tong had already passed this step a long time ago. The Tao patterns within his body had long merged into the Tao verification artifact. However, now, as he communicated with the heavenly horned ant's True Fate, as his comprehension of the great Tao increased, as he explored and understood the 6th secret realm, this type of thing began to be produced within his body again. It looks like a Tao pattern, but it's actually a system entanglement, and it's not complete yet, it's just an illusion. I'm afraid it can only be fully manifested after my 10 beasts' True Fate is complete. Zhou Tong carefully studied these Tao patterns and came to a conclusion. These Tao patterns seemed to be real, but in reality they were illusory. They could be seen, but they couldn't be touched, and there was no way for them to be integrated into one's weapon. Most importantly, these Tao patterns vaguely revealed a state of entanglement of multiple systems. Zhou Tong studied it for a bit, and he could sense that it contained the cultivation systems of the 6 true fates: Golden Pill Nascent Soul System, Divine Tao System, Realm of Immortals System, Weapon Fusion and Body Refining System, Chaotic Ancient Method System, and Yang God System. Using the Heaven Shrouding technique to control the 6 major systems, these systems intertwined and fused together to form Tao patterns that were born in the sea of reincarnation. However, even though it is illusory, I feel like there seems to be other uses. Zhou Tong looked at the brand new divine patterns in his body, a thought vaguely appearing in his mind. Following Zhou Tong's thought, the illusory system Tao patterns that were produced in the sea of reincarnation immediately rushed out of his body, turning into a blast of dazzling light that flowed with 6 colors. This radiance was too rich, almost like liquid as it flowed through the void, refining an illusory, chain-like thing. Honglong. Silently, everything around Zhou Tong collapsed. To be more precise, it completely melted. It was to the extent where even the formations and restrictions he arranged were blasted apart by this blast of light. Even the immortal materials that supported the formations and restrictions were ruined by this radiance. Zhou Tong was shocked. The formations and restrictions around him were genuine Immortal King weapons and Immortal King formations, but they were completely destroyed by this 6-colored divine light. The illusory chain was like a 6-colored immortal sun, quietly staying in the void. Then, with a thought from Zhou Tong, it turned into a beam of 6-colored divine light and flew back into his sea of reincarnation. What a terrifying power! Just this alone is comparable to the full-strength attack of an immortal king. Even if I attack myself, it's only SOSO. Zhou Tong carefully looked at the Tao patterns in his body and was shocked. This kind of power was too terrifying. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the moment when the illusory Tao patterns flew out. He felt an unimaginable divine power that was much more terrifying than his own power. There's no mistake, it's Emperor's power. Zhou Tong was more or less sure that this thing was definitely Emperor's power, the power of a quasi-immortal emperor. After confirming this, Zhou Tong continued to experiment with these illusory Tao patterns. After all, this was something new and also something that was newly born in his body, so he had to familiarize himself with it. Moreover, Zhou Tong estimated that he was the only one who had this thing. No one else's body had this thing. There was nothing to refer to, so he could only rely on himself to study and develop it bit by bit. The more he studied, the more Zhou Tong understood the characteristics and origin of this thing. Obviously, this thing was brought about by the cultivation system of the 6 true fates in the 6th secret realm. Every time the 6th true fate was formed, a mysterious power would fuse into Zhou Tong's body, and it was this power that caused this thing to be born in his body. It could be said that this thing was the essence of the 6th secret realm. Previously, his comprehension of the 6th secret realm was still quite low, so this thing never appeared. However, during the battle of the other side, he had previously gained enlightenment during the battle. At that time, this divine chain, that represented many systems appeared. Only, at that time, he had only merged 4 true fate. Now, he went a step further, merging with the 9-leaf sword grass and divine striking stone, these 2 true fates, causing the 6th secret realm's power to increase greatly. Together with the time he spent interacting with the heavenly horned ant's true fate, his great Tao foundation increased greatly, his cultivation advancing greatly. That was why in the end this thing was born. Perhaps this thing is my Tao path? Perhaps it has something to do with my final immortal emperor method? Zhou Tong stared at these intertwining Tao patterns, a thought appearing in his mind. Immortal Emperor methods, this type of thing, in reality, wasn't something a cultivator created on their own initiative, but more like a type of accident. Heavenly Emperor Huang's Immortal Emperor method was also something he naturally comprehended during the Tao comprehension process, not something he derived in the direction of unrestrained method. Rather than calling an Immortal Emperor method a type of method, it was better to call it the fruit a cultivator obtained after reaching the end of their Tao path. Just like an unknown path, no one knew what kind of things would appear ahead. Chapter 1165. Another several tens of thousands of years passed. In the universe, everything was still the same. The golden era continued, no end in sight. The essence energy of heaven and earth became richer and richer. However, all of this left many geniuses in despair because there were too many experts. Even if they achieved the Tao through other means, they didn't dare trigger the Emperor Tribulation. However, right at this time, a streak of dazzling immortal light suddenly descended in the universe. Endless rain of light scattered down. Sweet springs descended from the sky and golden lotuses surged from the ground. Everyone looked at the starry sky in shock. Boom! At the same time, a thick streak of thunder resounded through the universe. Another immortal ascension tribulation appeared. Another person in the universe became an immortal. Countless cultivators who were still working hard to prove their Tao all looked in the direction of the immortal ascension tribulation with envy. However, they still couldn't imagine who it was that became an immortal. Zhou Tong in the divine realm opened his eyes and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He saw a fatty who was facing tribulation while cursing and swearing, resisting the heavenly tribulation. This fatty's face was oily, but now, his flesh was split open by the immortal ascension tribulation. Duanda, this guy finally reached perfection? The 9 reincarnation seal has returned to 1. Zhou Tong immediately understood who this person was. Not only Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, without beginning, Green Emperor, and the others all understood who the person facing tribulation was. Even if they hadn't heard of the name Duanda, the name of Heavenly Sovereign Chao Yusheng was like thunder to their ears. They definitely knew. Speaking of which, the changes I brought are indeed a bit terrifying. According to the original story, now should be the time when Yi Fan and the others got rid of the sovereign and entered the immortal domain. But now Yi Fan and the others have already become immortals, and even touched the threshold of the immortal king realm. Zhou Tong said inwardly. Looking at Duanda, who was cursing and being struck by lightning, Zhou Tong said with a smile, Duanda, Duanda, you've already fallen far behind. You've missed the time when we were researching various cultivation systems. If we're together in the future, I'm afraid we can only be juniors. The immortal ascension tribulation lasted for several days before finally stopping. Meanwhile, Duanda naturally successfully passed the tribulation, becoming a new mortal immortal. However, Zhou Tong didn't pay too much attention to this either. He was still quietly digesting the great Tao insights the heavenly horned ant's true fate brought him. These comprehensions and supernatural abilities were mostly obtained when he was creating a universe in the grand mist space. They could almost be considered innate supernatural abilities. Among these divine powers and great Tao comprehensions, most of them were comprehensions of time and space, life and death, and samsara. Within the grand mist space there was also samsara. This was the samsara of the universe. Comprehending and digesting these sacred arts took up a lot of Zhou Tong's time. He had been doing this for tens of thousands of years. Other than occasionally hosting the Enlightenment tea banquet or communicating with his wife and children, he had basically been sitting cross-legged here and quietly comprehending the Tao for the past tens of thousands of years. At the same time, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the universes around the heavenly horned ant true will became fewer and fewer, now only a tenth was left. Meanwhile, the starry seas and continents within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring also became larger and larger. After breaking down most of the middle universes, the space within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring was simply unimaginable. Even the immortal domain, which used to be a colossus, was like a small pond in front of an ocean when compared to the current 10 paradise divine ring. If this continues, my 10 heavenly passage divine ring will no longer target the immortal domain, but rather the high heavens. Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. Perhaps the 10 heavenly passage divine ring could reach the terrifying scale of the high heavens in the future? In fact, during this period of time, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring displayed more and more special characteristics that surprised Zhou Tong more and more. This kind of change began after the divine world fused into it, and it became more and more mystical. The most obvious change was that the 10 heavenly passage divine ring was gradually isolated from the outside world. As long as Zhou Tong didn't interfere, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring and the outside world were like two completely different worlds. If one had to use something as an analogy, then it would be the difference between the world of immortals and the grand mist space. Moreover, this isolation was the isolation of the long river of time. Now, Zhou Tong could vaguely feel that a completely different long river of time seemed to have appeared within his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. It was completely different from the long river of time in shrouding heaven world, to the extent where there wasn't even the slightest feeling of fusion. The feeling that all of this brought was like a complete isolation. Zhou Tong even felt that even if a true immortal emperor attacked the long river of time and space, it would still be impossible for it to affect his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. But then again, I still underestimated the efficiency of the heavenly horned ant's true fate. Zhou Tong looked at the heavenly horned ant's true fate within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring and said inwardly. First, as more souls were extracted from the heavenly horned ant's true fate, the speed at which it extracted souls from the universe also became faster and faster. Now, the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Second, as more and more universes fused into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the pressure from the two-layered universe also became smaller and smaller, and the effect of time acceleration also became stronger and stronger. At first, it was only 20 times the time acceleration, but now the time acceleration had reached 50 times. It seems like not only can the second layer of the universe be settled in 100,000 years, I can even settle most of the third layer of the universe. Zhou Tong became more and more excited the more he looked. The third layer of the universe was worthy of being the final result of the primordial space. After fusing with the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the benefits it brought to the 10 heavenly passage divine ring also became greater and greater. When my 10 heavenly passage divine ring completely digests the third layer of the universe, I can send another true fate out. Zhou Tong became more and more excited and happy. Ever since the heavenly horned ant's true fate returned, he didn't dare send out other true fates, because he was scared of encountering another true fate that brought back such a massive world. But as long as the third layer of the universe was digested, he could send out another true fate to search for opportunities. The next true fate is... Zhou Tong's eyes swept over his last two true fates that hadn't truly taken form yet. One was an immortal phoenix, the other a Qilin. The immortal phoenix true fate should have been sent out a long time ago, but because of the darkness matter, I kept the immortal phoenix true fate by my side to prevent the darkness from corroding me. But now, with the heavenly horned ant's true fate overseeing it, I temporarily don't need the immortal phoenix true fate. I can send it out. Moreover, once the immortal phoenix true fate leaves, it will definitely walk the Tao of fire. Perhaps after returning, it can strengthen my resistance against the darkness matter again. Zhou Tong made up his mind. The next true fate to send out would be the immortal phoenix. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years passed. The heavenly horned ant's true fate's efficiency became higher and higher. The second layer of the universe had long been completely fused into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. The third layer of the universe, under the heavenly horned ant's true fate's efforts, quickly fused into every leaf of the world tree. And after the third layer of the universe was perfectly fused, Zhou Tong finally used the reincarnation mirror to illuminate the immortal phoenix's true fate. The immortal phoenix's true fate turned into light, disappearing into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Chapter 1166. The Grand Xia Dynasty. The Ji clan of the West Prefecture. Within an unknown mountain. This mountain was a bit different from the surrounding environment. Although on the surface this mountain seemed to be as verdant and lush as the surrounding mountains, if one truly walked into this mountain, one would discover that the temperature of this mountain was much lower than the surrounding mountains. Although this mountain was only 2,000 or 3,000 meters tall and hadn't reached the snowline, the peak was covered in snow all year round. Even in the hot summer, the snow didn't melt. It was as though all of the heat emitted by the sun was being absorbed by something. In fact, over the course of countless years, the layer of ice at the peak had accumulated to a thickness of hundreds of meters. But today, this mountain which had been like this for countless years began to change. Crack! First, an enormous crack appeared in the layer of ice at the peak. This crack seemed to have completely stopped the strange transformation of the mountain, causing the entire mountain to seem completely different from before. Crack! 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 That crack was just the beginning. Afterwards, the entire layer of ice at the peak continued to crack open, each crack growing larger and larger. Towards the end, there was a constant rumbling sound. This was the sound of the ice breaking off and sliding down the mountain. And then, a layer of faint red light emerged from the cracks in the ice. As the cracks expanded, the red light became more and more dazzling, more and more resplendent. Crack! In the end, all of the red light transformed into a scarlet glow that bloomed outward. The layer of ice at the peak completely shattered, and with a clear phoenix cry, a phoenix charged out from within the mountain. Its entire body was covered with specks of light, and its entire body was crimson red. It was as though it was being born with the glow of the morning sun. Scorching heat filled the air, and the originally icy mountain instantly warmed up. The ice on the mountain completely melted. The birth of a phoenix was a divine symbol. It was an auspicious omen. In fact, as soon as it was born, it caused the mountain it had nurtured to be covered with a layer of auspicious aura, causing all of the living beings on the mountain to benefit. Their bodies would have an additional layer of auspicious aura, and in the future, their cultivation would be much easier. The phoenix cried out, spread its wings, and flew high into the sky. It sensed the changes in its body, and the entire sky was illuminated by the phoenix's feathers. The multicolored light shone brightly, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared in the world. In the distance, a middle-aged man dressed in white fur stared at the sky in shock. A Xiantian fiend god fire phoenix. The strange phenomena which have appeared in this icy mountain for countless years is actually the birth of a Xiantian fiend god? The man was very surprised. I understand. Over the past countless years. Xiantian. Fiend god. There were many kinds of innate gods, some of which were born from the heaven and earth's murderous aura and malevolent aura. These innate gods were bloodthirsty, and wherever they went, there would be chaos and chaos. However, some fiend gods were born from the auspicious aura of the world. These fiend gods themselves represented a kind of luck. Those who were close to these fiend gods would often receive the favor of the world and be favored by luck. Although the concept of luck was too vague for low-level cultivators, Many legends were also strong evidence. As long as one wasn't stupid, they wouldn't offend this kind of auspicious beast for no reason. However, at this moment in the sky, the phoenix was still hovering in the clouds. This phoenix was naturally the reincarnation of Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix true fate. There's something wrong with the location of this reincarnation. It's too slow. God knows how many times slower than I expected. Zhou Tong said to himself as he flew in the sky. Phoenixes were very suitable to be born in flames or lava, but his true fate was born in a mountain. Therefore, they could only spend an endless amount of time absorbing the scarce firepower between heaven and earth to slowly nurture it. This gestation period was as long as 10,000 years. 10,000 years of gestation caused me to waste 10,000 years of time. Zhou Tong was a little speechless in his heart. 10,000 years, although he had long been awake and could continue to comprehend the Tao, but for his current state, this kind of comprehension was not worth the loss. Because the Tao of this world was definitely different from shrouding the heavens world, and the cultivation system was also completely different. This could be felt from the foundation of the body. During the gestation, Zhou Tong felt that the foundation of the body of this world was somewhat different. This body was not like the world body of shrouding the heavens world, which was similar to a universal structure. The body of this world was a bit like a custom-made thing. Everyone's Tao was different, so the body was also different. My current phoenix body was nurtured using the core Tao of my immortal phoenix treasured technique as the foundation. Although I don't know what level it is in this world, but in short, it shouldn't be too bad. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. In these 10,000 years of gestation, he had already thoroughly studied his new body. But then the problem came. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, and couldn't help but frown. 10,000 years of gestation, and because the location was too bad, his body did not reach the limit of gestation, at least not enough to match the limit of the immortal phoenix treasured technique. So in the future, the road of cultivation had to be created by himself, step by step, to create a cultivation method that was enough to match his own immortal phoenix treasured technique. But it's also good with my current realm, even if I change the cultivation system, it's just changing the manifestation of the great Tao. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. Although it was a newborn phoenix, the memory and comprehension of the great Tao were still Zhou Tong's own, and even infinitely close to the comprehension of a quasi-immortal emperor. With such a height overlooking other cultivation systems, as long as he experienced some initial growth, he could completely create a new cultivation method, and it was a cultivation method that was completely suitable for himself. Of course, creating something required a foundation. For example, obtaining some cultivation techniques and personally experiencing the cultivation system of this world. After reaching a certain level, one would be able to create their own unique cultivation technique. Moreover, the difficulty of creating one's own cultivation technique would be many times faster than peerless geniuses of the same level. The first problem is, where do I get the initial cultivation method from? Zhou Tong's eyes focused, and immediately saw a middle-aged man in white animal skin not far away. Chapter 1167. The middle-aged man in white was startled when he saw Zhou Tong's gaze. He sensed that he'd caught the eye of this newly born Khanate demon god. But to his relief, he didn't sense any malice. An auspicious phoenix, just born. It shouldn't be able to do anything to me, the man said to himself. Whoosh! Accompanied by astral winds and scarlet clouds, Zhou Tong, accompanied by auspicious and multicolored light, and accompanied by a wave of warm air, had already descended in front of this white-skinned middle-aged man. The middle-aged man carefully sized up the phoenix in front of him. It didn't look very big, with a wingspan of no more than 12 feet. Any random eagle in the mountains would be more majestic than it. It was obvious at a glance that it was a very young beast. Its crimson feathers glowed with scarlet light, and its long tail feathers were more beautiful than any bird he had ever seen. At a glance, it was filled with an auspicious aura and a noble aura. He had never imagined that a bird could give him such a feeling. You! The middle-aged man was shocked and wanted to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth. Amidst the flames that filled the sky, the phoenix in front of them suddenly withdrew the multicolored light that filled the sky. With a shake of its body, it transformed into the figure of a little boy. His long black hair danced in the astral winds. Although he was young, the lines of his muscles could be seen clearly. In particular, he didn't have any other clothing on him, except for a crimson feather robe. It was obvious that it was an illusion of divine power. A connate fiend god, but his control of divine power is so frightening? And his divine power is so abundant that it can form something like this? The middle-aged man was shocked. The moment he saw Zhou Tong's feather robe, he was stunned. Although it was only an illusion of a robe without a physical body and could only block light, the things it revealed were not simple. It was absolute control of one's divine power, and absolute control to the extreme. Are all connate fiend gods so terrifying? He's just born, but he already has such frightening and precise control. The middle-aged man was secretly shocked. At the same time, he was secretly comparing himself to the phoenix. He felt that his cultivation level might be higher, but if they were to fight, he might not be a match for this phoenix. Are you a member of the Ji clan? Zhou Tong looked at the middle-aged man and spoke directly. His original intention was to look for people nearby. He wanted to integrate into the cultivation environment of this world, so naturally, he didn't have so many complicated things. You know of our Ji clan? The middle-aged man was shocked. This newly born fiend god actually knew of the Ji clan? Logically speaking, a newborn innate god shouldn't know so much. Zhou Tong said leisurely, although I've just been born, you don't think that I don't have any intelligence at all after all these years, do you? I woke up a long time ago, it's just that I was born today. Zhou Tong's body had been nurtured in this mountain for over 10,000 years, but his intelligence had awakened 1,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, it wasn't that no one had come to explore the mysteries of this mountain. After all, a mountain that was frozen all year round, no matter how one looked at it, it was unusual. Perhaps there would be some treasures. And Zhou Tong also learned the language of this world from the conversations of those treasure hunters, and he also knew the general situation of the nearby area. Of course, because most of those treasure hunters were from the nearby tribes, their strength wasn't that great, so Zhou Tong didn't know much. Perhaps some of the stronger ones had already investigated this place, but at that time, Zhou Tong's intelligence had yet to awaken. He was only relying on the natural and mystical environment of the innate gods to block those stronger ones. The heaven and earth nurtured innate gods, so naturally, there were some mysteries in the environment. In fact, whether it was this world, shrouding heaven world, or some other worlds, the living beings that regarded the heaven and earth as their mother were all protected by the heaven and earth itself. Unless they encountered an existence that was too strong, it was unlikely that they would die prematurely. Even in shrouding heaven world, those holy spirits mostly lived in dangerous places or places where spirit veins gathered. And these places often had a special characteristic, which was that they were dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, there was no way to touch these things. So he woke up long ago. The middle-aged man suddenly understood, and then he clasped his fists and said, I am Ji Chuan of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. I am Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong naturally also reported his name. When he reported his name, Zhou Tong also glanced at Ji Chuan a few times. He was somewhat surprised. The name Ji Chuan, it was somewhat familiar. This name matched with the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, in addition to the things he had discovered after waking up, Zhou Tong had some guesses in his heart. Ji Chuan smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, you just came into the world. What are your plans?" Zhou Tong. Is this the name he gave himself? I don't remember anyone with the surname Zhou in the vicinity. Ji Chuan was very curious about this name. Xiantian fiend gods often had very strange names. This was because they were often born like newborn children. Their names were all randomly given by themselves. They might even hear the sounds of nearby insects and birds, giving them their names. But the name Zhou Tong was too obvious. He definitely knew about human culture, which was why he gave himself such a name. What plans? I just want to find a place to quietly train for a period of time. I just want to increase my knowledge. I am very curious about the world of cultivation, Zhou Tong said. Zhou Tong could tell from this person's attitude that he wanted to recruit him, so he might as well go along with his thoughts. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Ji Chuan said happily, "Brother Zhou, since you want to know more about the world of cultivation, why don't you come to our Ji clan's estate? In the Swallow Mountain region, our Ji clan's information network is the best. I'm sure we have the information you need." Xiantian fiend gods who were born with auspicious signs were clearly the type that everyone liked the most. Given Ji Chuan's eyesight, from the moment he had seen Zhou Tong's birth until now, he had already noticed that the mountain peak which had given birth to Zhou Tong had changed. That mountain peak had clearly emitted an auspicious aura which had settled down beneath the earth. In the future, it might even give birth to treasures. In addition, even if it wasn't for the auspicious aura, Ji Chuan would still be willing to chat with him based on his phoenix body, and would be willing to bring him to live in his home. Who would want to keep such an auspicious phoenix in their home? Then thank you, Brother Ji. Zhou Tong naturally agreed to Ji Chuan's request. Haha, Brother Zhou, please. Ji Chuan laughed loudly, immediately leading the way. Zhou Tong followed behind Ji Chuan. Chapter 1168. Zhou Tong followed Yichuan, the two of them chatting along the way. With Zhou Tong around, Yichuan naturally shifted the topic to his son. In his opinion, Zhou Tong was about the same age as his son. After learning that Yichuan's son's name was Ji Ning, Zhou Tong once again confirmed the existence of this world. The desolate Era world. Countless eons ago, this world had been an incomparably terrifying great world with no end in sight. Moreover, this great world had been so vast that it was simply unimaginable. Countless eons ago, in the era of the great continent, the entire world had given birth to a kind of world will. This world will had taken human form and become the ruler of the entire world, enslaving and controlling all life in the world. However, the pursuit of freedom was a part of the nature of all intelligent life. This was especially true for those experts who had the power to destroy the world. They were even more unwilling to accept the fate of enslavement. Later on, all the experts joined forces to resist. In the end, after an earth-shattering battle, the colossal continent shattered. Countless fragments fused together to form 8 incomparably huge chaos verses and countless tiny universes. This was the origin of this world. And now, Zhou Tong was in the weakest of the 8 chaos verses. However, even the weakest chaos verse had a supreme grand Tao. This was because the chaos verse quintessence contained endless ultimate Taos. The ultimate spacetime Tao, the ultimate yin-yang Tao, the ultimate fire Tao, the ultimate water Tao, the ultimate life Tao. It wasn't just these Taos that existed naturally. Even things created by cultivators had corresponding ultimate Tao. Ultimate sword Tao, ultimate saber Tao, ultimate fist Tao, ultimate formation Tao. It could be said that the chaos verse of this world was all-encompassing. Everything that existed in the world had a corresponding ultimate Tao, eternal ultimate Tao. It seems that the path I'll be taking in this world is the eternal ultimate fire Tao. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Moreover, as long as I comprehend an eternal ultimate Tao, I'll be able to refine a universe. After refining a universe, I'll naturally be able to grasp all ultimate Taos. If I refine this universe and return to my original body might be close to the immortal Emperor realm. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more excited he became. These countless Omega Taos were simply a gift from the heavens. Once one cultivated to the highest realm in this world, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. I wonder if this universe is as big as the three-layered universe of the primordial world? Zhou Tong was curious. In the Grand Mist world's three-layered universes, each universe was independent. But there were only a limited number of universes. There were only a little over 10 million universes. As for this desolate chaos universe, it was unknown how many universes it contained. In terms of quantity, it might be above the three-layered universes. But, in terms of quality, it was hard to say. Let's not think too much about it. In any case, my current goal is the eternal ultimate Tao of fire. Zhou Tong quickly collected his thoughts and continued to follow Ji Yichuan. The two of them were extremely fast, and they could clearly see that the trees beside them were constantly retreating. Their speed was so fast that it was even faster than the birds in the sky. Before long, Ji Yichuan brought Zhou Tong to the vicinity of a large city. This was a large, majestic city. From afar, one could see the city walls that were dozens of meters tall. Judging from the size of the city, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people living within it. This is our Ji clan's West Prefecture city, Yichuan introduced. Upon entering the city, one could see an endless stream of people. Yichuan explained that this street was the most bustling street in the entire West Prefecture city. Upon entering the city, one would enter this street. This street was more than 30 meters wide, but the businesses on both sides took up more than half of the space, making it so that only 7 or 8 meters wide was enough for people to walk through. Yichuan explained many things to Zhou Tong, such as the two enormous structures that could be seen at a glance, the army camp and the martial hall. The army camp was where the Ji clan's West Prefecture troops were stationed, while the martial hall was where the youths of the Ji clan and the Ji clan's disciples trained. Quick, come take a look. This is godly metal that was unearthed not long ago. It can be used to forge peerless weapons. Top-quality pasta. It is made from the water of the Thunder Lake. It is very nutritious and strengthens the body. Phoenix grass. Legend has it that near the phoenix's habitat, it is a godly medicine that has been tainted with phoenix blood. It is guaranteed to cure all illnesses. Quick, come take a look. Top-quality slaves. The women are good at bearing children. 10 pieces of sheepskin for one. The men are all warriors. They can lift 1,000 pounds. Buy a man and get a child free. Countless people were hawking their wares on the street. Some were selling forging materials, some were selling medicinal ingredients, and some were selling slaves. Zhou Tong watched with great interest. This scene caused him to think of the cities of the shrouded heavens world and the world of immortals. There were all sorts of unscrupulous merchants. This phoenix grass is definitely fake. It doesn't have the aura of a phoenix at all. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. He himself was a phoenix. Whether or not the grass had the aura of a phoenix, who would know better than him? Even the style of selling fake goods was very similar. There must be a lot of unscrupulous merchants nearby. Ji Yichuan also laughed and said, "The city is like this. There are real goods and fake goods. It just depends on whether you can distinguish between them. This is also the interesting part of our human civilization. It's nothing more than using a small amount to win a big amount." Zhou Tong said leisurely, "The smallest price to get the biggest reward. If you can get a few spendthrifts, telling a few lies is nothing. However, to be deceived by this kind of trick, you can only blame yourself for being greedy." Well said, that's right. Ji Yichuan also nodded, although Brother Zhou has just been born, you already know so much about our human society. I presume that before you were born, you have already come into contact with some people." Ji Chuan looked at Zhou Tong. He also wanted to know where Zhou Tong's knowledge came from. Although he had watched Zhou Tong's birth, Zhou Tong was different from the blank piece of paper that he had imagined. Zhou Tong clearly had extremely high intelligence and knowledge, and was even proficient in the art of speaking. Every few years there will be some people who want to search for treasures coming here. I can be considered to have seen the beauty and greed of humans. Actually, this city is similar. There are too many unscrupulous merchants and slave traders. Zhou Tong casually said, "This is how intelligent beings are. The more they think about things, the less pure they are." Pure, this is easy to say, but in reality, it is very difficult. Ji Chuan sighed. In front of us is the inner city of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. It is also the place where our clansmen live. Please follow me. Ji Chuan led Zhou Tong into the inner city. Chapter 1169. Yichuan led the way, quickly bringing Zhou Tong to a side hall within his own estate. "Brother Zhou, in the future, this room shall be your residence." Yichuan was very magnanimous, directly gifting this room to Zhou Tong. "Many thanks." Zhou Tong nodded. After a moment of silence, Yichuan said, "Brother Zhou, if you wish to familiarize yourself with our human society, as well as our human world of cultivation, my Ji clan is willing to accommodate you. Only, although the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens is extremely widespread, my Ji clan only has the first scroll and can only train up to the level of the Zifu disciple." On the way here, Zhou Tong had naturally told Yichuan many things, including his desire to browse through the Ji clan's technique. Upon speaking of techniques, they naturally began to talk about the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens, the number 1 fiend god body refining technique. The training system of the Desolate Era was divided into 3 paths. There was the Fiend God path, the Qi Refiner path, and the Heart Force path. The Fiend God path focused on the body refining path. They trained in divine power, transforming primordial chaos energy into divine power and strengthening their divine body. As for the Qi Refiner path, they trained in immortal energy. They walked the path of the Golden Pill, but it was completely different from the Golden Pill system of the primordial space. As for the Heart Force path, it focused on the world of one's heart. The more powerful one's heart force was, the more powerful and real one's heart world would be. Aside from the mysterious Heart Force path, the Fiend God body refining path and the Golden Pill immortal path actually overlapped and could be used together. In addition, these 2 paths corresponded to each other. From low to high they were Hotian life form, Xiantian life form, Zifu disciple, Wanxiang adept, primal Taoist, void level earth immortal, Empyrean god, celestial immortal, true god, true immortal, Zhu Shun, Zhu Xian, world level, Samsara Tao Lord, eternal emperor, autarch, controller. Although I haven't truly entered the world of cultivation, I understand some of the rules. Zhou Tong said directly. "Don't worry. I won't take your things for free. In the future, if your Ji clan is in trouble, I can promise to help you 3 times. With Brother Zhou's promise, I can rest assured." Yichuan nodded. He had witnessed the birth of Zhou Tong. He knew that this was a god-demon born from heaven and earth. Moreover, this kind of god-demon born with auspicious signs should not be deceiving him like this. He still believed in Zhou Tong's words. "Brother He!" Yichuan suddenly shouted towards the outside. Suddenly, a black-haired middle-aged man walked in. His eyes were glowing red, and the corners of his eyes were long and narrow. He looked like a poisonous snake. This is the demon clan of this world. Zhou Tong also sized up the black-haired middle-aged man in front of him. The beasts in this world could cultivate as long as they gained intelligence. Only after they reached the Xiantian realm would they have the ability to transform and transform. But of course, some monstrous beasts were rather special. They had the bloodline of Xiantian fiend gods running through their veins, and so their ability to take human form was much higher. They might need to be at the Zifu, Wanxiang, or even the Empyrean god or celestial immortal level in order to take human form. However, Zhou Tong, a Xiantian fiend god, didn't fall into this category. He himself was merely at the peak of the Xiantian level, but he was already able to transform. But if he were to mate with a demon clan member of this world and give birth to a descendant of the Phoenix bloodline, this descendant might need to be at the primal level or even the void level earth immortal level before being able to transform. The black-haired man smiled towards Ichuan, then looked towards Zhou Tong. Ichuan, who is he? He looked towards Zhou Tong, his eyes filled with caution, shock and excitement. He was cautious because he felt threatened. This childlike person was more powerful than him. But he was shocked because of his aura. He could naturally sense that the cold, sinister aura of his own, which was similar to that of a snake, was instantly purified by this person, and a surge of pure yang energy began to emanate from him. What level of power do I have right now? And this surge of pure yang energy, if he is willing to help me, I will soon break through. When he thought of this, the black snake grew excited. Ichuan said, "This Zhou Tong is an esteemed guest of my estate. He is a Xiantian phoenix." Ah, a phoenix. The black snake instantly understood what he had felt earlier. So this person was the most exalted of all fiend gods. Phoenixes. Ichuan continued, "In the future, Brother Zhou will be living in our estate for a long period of time. Notify everyone on the way and also find 2 maids to come over." Understood. The black snake nodded. "I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the library and bring over the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming. Brother Zhou wants to see it." Ichuan said. "The diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming?" The black-haired man was startled, then nodded. With a whoosh, he disappeared into thin air. Zhou Tong glanced at Ichuan, secretly calculating to himself, Ichuan made a huge profit from this transaction. Although the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming was known as the #1 fiend god body refining technique, in reality, it was also one of the most widely spread fiend god body refining technique. Virtually all of the slightly larger powers had the first volume of the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming. This was also the least valuable volume. Ichuan had used this volume in exchange for Zhou Tong's promise to help him 3 times. Naturally, he had made a huge profit. However, Zhou Tong didn't mind. Given his level of insight, it was far too easy for him to help out these 3 times. In addition, his top priority right now was to familiarize himself with the training system of this world. Although his level of insight was extremely high, he didn't understand much about the training system of this world. He needed the techniques of this world to guide him into training, to gain a deeper understanding of the mysteries of this training system. Whoosh! A short while later, a gentle breeze appeared out of nowhere within the hall. The black serpent from before reappeared. He laughed. "The entire training method of the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming is here. Brother Black." Ichuan looked at the black serpent. The black serpent nodded, then disappeared from this place. "Brother Zhou has just been born. Although you are proficient in language, I imagine you don't have much understanding of our human language. If you don't mind, I'm willing to explain it to you," Ichuan said. "Then many thanks, Brother Ji." Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't object. Although he had gained sentience early on, he hadn't learned much. Everything he had learned was from the conversations of those treasure hunters. He truly didn't recognize the words of this world. He was illiterate and needed someone to teach him personally. Since Ichuan didn't have much to do right now, he immediately began to explain this technique to Zhou Tong word by word, while also teaching him how to read. But in the process of teaching, the more each one taught, the more shocked he became. Because no matter what he said, not only would the other party be able to accept and understand it immediately, he would also be able to draw inferences about other things. Occasionally, he would even ask questions that even he couldn't explain. Was this the innate talent of a heavenly God? Too strong. Compared to this heavenly God, each one felt that the sons he was so proud of were all trash. Chapter 1170. The Ji Clan of the West Prefecture. Each one left the side hall which he had arranged for Zhou Tong. He was still somewhat doubting his life. And then, he walked to the training area, to the side of his wife and child. Each one, I hear you brought back a phoenix? Each one's wife, Yuchi Snow, immediately went to greet him. Ji Ning, who was training nearby, revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing the word phoenix. He couldn't help but slow down his movements, wanting to hear more about phoenixes. Ji Ning was someone who still had the memories of his previous life. In his previous life, the phoenix was an extremely famous auspicious bird, and there were many legends related to phoenixes. Ever since he had reincarnated, he had seen many monstrous beasts, but he had never seen a divine beast like the phoenix. Ichuan nodded, then sighed in praise. He really lives up to his reputation as a Xiantian fiend god born from the heavens. His talent is simply too terrifying. He grasped everything with just a little bit of guidance. I've never seen a creature like him. Ordinary cultivators might need to spend their entire lives in order to understand things, but to him they are like instincts. He was born with them. Is he really that powerful? Snow was shocked. And then she immediately asked, I hear you gave him the entire Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens? How is his talent? How does he compare to Ning? As a mother, Snow naturally hoped that her son would be the most talented. In addition, Ji Ning's talent in training in the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens was something which Snow had never seen before. It was the sort of talent which only existed in legends. Ichuan shook his head. Ning can't compare to him at all. He was a Xiantian fiend god to begin with, and now that he has acquired the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens, he has begun to use the power of the sun and the moon to reforge his divine body. I imagine that in a few days that sort of ripple will appear. Xiantian fiend gods naturally had a much higher foundation than those who were born after birth. In addition, each one was recultivating. Naturally, there was nothing which could be compared to him. Reforge his divine body? Does this mean that he is going to use the power of water and fire in the Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens to reforge his godly body? The more Ji Ning thought about it, the more excited he became. He wanted to sneak over and take a look. Maybe he could see the scene of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9th heaven, advancing. Maybe it would be good for his own cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, after each one left, Zhou Tong completely immersed himself in cultivation. He wanted to use the power of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens to rebuild his god body. This was also an important step in comprehending the cultivation system of this world. His innate phoenix divine body was naturally not weaker than the divine body cultivated by Qi Ming through the portrait of 9 heavens. In fact, it might even be stronger. But his own phoenix divine body was only at the innate realm level, and there was no follow-up. Because when he was born, he was conceived in an inappropriate place, so his phoenix divine body could be considered defective. Therefore, Zhou Tong could only use the divine body of the Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens to supplement it. In the future, when his cultivation level increased, he would naturally be able to create his own phoenix divine body. As Zhou Tong cultivated, gradually, strands of golden and silver starlight began to gather around Zhou Tong. The fiery golden radiance and the ice-cold silver radiance revolved around Zhou Tong and condensed continuously. In the end, they even turned into 2 stars, revolving around Zhou Tong endlessly. The Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens cultivates the power of the moon and the power of the sun. This kind of feeling brings me back to the time when I used the Kuan Peng arts to fuse the lunar scripture and the solar scripture. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the 2 supreme stars in the endless distance, the lunar scripture and the solar scripture. In this world, many fiend god body tempering techniques required fire, lightning, astral winds, and other things to cultivate. But the Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens was to sense the 2 supreme stars in this world, the lunar scripture and the solar scripture, and absorb the power of the lunar scripture and the solar scripture to cultivate. And the first step of cultivation was to condense the power of the lunar scripture and the solar scripture on the body, and form the divine lunar scripture and the divine solar scripture. Now, Zhou Tong was also going through this step. The power of the lunar scripture and the solar scripture began to manifest on his body bit by bit, turning into the divine lunar scripture and the divine solar scripture, and imprinted on his body. At the same time, the phoenix divine power that was originally in his body began to rapidly burn. Boom! The flames roared, and he couldn't help but transform back into his phoenix form. His entire body was burning, and the light of the flames soared into the heavens. In order to reforge his divine body, he naturally had to slowly grind away at his original body. His phoenix divine body was of the fire attribute. Naturally, to grind away at his original divine body was to burn away all of his divine power. And at this moment, as the flames continued to burn away, Zhou Tong's aura began to rapidly drop. From the peak Xiantian level, it began to drop bit by bit. The late stage, the middle stage, the early stage, and finally the Xiantian level. In this instant, everyone in the manor could see the flames that soared into the heavens. Facing the flames, they didn't feel any heat. Instead, they felt a sense of warmth. It was as though these flames contained a rich life force within them. The phoenix really is the phoenix. The disturbance caused by his reforging of his divine body is simply too great. Ichuan sighed in amazement. The life force within those flames is so powerful. Snow stared in amazement as well. The flames continued to burn, soaring into the heavens, and even the horizon was illuminated by the light of the flames. His divine body is most likely not any weaker than the divine body of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. But now, he is willing to abandon his Xiantian body. His boldness is greater than I imagined. The more Ichuan watched, the more stunned he felt. At the same time, whoosh! A wave of heat surged forth, and spots of fire began to gather around Zhou Tong. The flames formed into enormous, flaming feathers that covered his body. Immediately afterwards, spots of watery light began to gather, also forming enormous feathers that also covered Zhou Tong's body. The original phoenix divine power was burning away, but the phoenix divine power of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens was converging. After Zhou Tong's aura fell to the Hotian level, his aura didn't change at all. The flames of the phoenix divine power continued to burn, but the more divine power it burned away, the more divine power the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens could replenish. Thus, his aura stabilized at the Hotian level. Time passed, one day at a time. The flames that soared into the heavens burned for 3 full days before finally extinguishing. By now, Zhou Tong no longer had the phoenix divine power within his body. Instead, it was replaced by the power of the sun and the power of the moon. These 2 types of power filled every part of his body. Whether it was his skin, his flesh, his feathers, his organs, or his bones, his entire body was filled with the power of the sun and the moon. The power of the sun and the moon is enough. It's time to break through to the Xiantian level. Zhou Tong made up his mind, and the power of the sun and the moon began to smoothly fuse together. When ordinary people trained in the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens, The greatest obstacle was that they didn't have enough understanding of yin and yang, and thus were unable to fuse them together. But to Zhou Tong, this sort of obstacle didn't exist at all. His level of understanding was high enough, and so the power of the sun and the moon easily fused together. Chapter 1171. The moment the power of the sun and moon combined, boom! The sun and moon stars seemed to sense something as they sent down a stream of grand sun primordial fire and grand moon primordial water. These two powers traversed through time and space and appeared beside Zhou Tong. At the same time, the powers of water and fire in the heavens and earth were also triggered by him. Boom! Boom! Huge flames and streams of water appeared beside Zhou Tong. One could vaguely see the shadow of a three-legged golden crow amidst the endless flames and the shadow of a moon rabbit amidst the streams of water. The golden crow and moon rabbit circled around Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong's control was very terrifying. Those water and fire were all bound by him to his side. Even the house he lived in was not affected. At this moment, Zhou Tong was quietly observing the changes in his body. The grand sun primordial fire and grand moon primordial water from the sun star were cleansing his physical body. He could feel every inch of his flesh and every bone in his body being reconstructed under the power of the grand sun primordial fire and grand moon primordial water. After a long while, the grand sun primordial fire and grand moon primordial water were completely absorbed by his body. At this moment, his divine body was completely reconstructed. Boom! The grand sun primordial fire and grand moon primordial water dissipated. Even the water and fire in the void dissipated as well, revealing Zhou Tong's phoenix form. At this moment, his phoenix form also underwent a slight change. The originally crimson feathers gradually changed. Streaks of gold and silver entwined around the feathers, causing his fiery aura to transform into an aura of chaos. My divine body has become a bit weaker than before. The crimson bright divine body cultivated from the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens is indeed a bit weaker than my original phoenix divine body. However, the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens isn't without any redeeming qualities. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then extended his right hand as fire and water condensed in his palm. Screech! Accompanied by 2 crisp cries, a golden fire phoenix and a silver ice phoenix flew out from his palm and circled around him. This ability to control water and fire is not bad. Zhou Tong waved his hand and quickly dispersed the gold and silver ice and fire phoenixes. Forget it, I'll continue to cultivate. What I need to do next is to recultivate to the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. With the speed at which I absorb the sun and moon, I'll only need half a month. During this half a month, I'll just stay here and cultivate, Zhou Tong thought to himself. This half a month could be said to be his weak period. Previously, he was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, but now, he was only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. He needed half a month to cultivate the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9th heaven, and absorb the power of the moon and the sun to recover. Days passed. Zhou Tong didn't go out. He stayed in the room that Yichuan had arranged for him to cultivate. Every day, a huge amount of sun and moon energy would descend from the void and merge into Zhou Tong's body, causing his divine body to grow continuously. In the beginning, Yichuan and Ji Ning were somewhat curious, but as time passed, they treated Zhou Tong as if he didn't exist. It was not until half a month later that he walked out of his house again. "Where's Yichuan?" Zhou Tong looked outside the room and asked the servant girl that Yichuan had arranged for him. "Master is accompanying the young master to the training field." A servant girl pointed to the location of the training field for Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded and walked towards the training field. "Left hand is too high, lower it a bit. Now, attack between the eyebrows. Half an inch off again. Just as he approached the training field, Zhou Tong heard Ichuan's reprimanding voice. At the same time, he also heard the sound of a sword humming. Clearly, Ichuan was teaching his son sword technique. When Zhou Tong arrived at the training field, he saw a little boy about his height holding a sword and stabbing at a pitch-black metal puppet again and again. There were over a dozen red dots on the metal puppet's body. They were located between the eyebrows, throat, heart, arms, wrists, back, and other places. These places were all vital points or critical areas for exerting force. Zhou Tong's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Ichuan and Ji Ning. Ichuan said with some surprise, "Brother Zhou, you've finally come out. You've completely reforged your divine body so quickly?" Zhou Tong nodded and said, "That's right. The 6th layer of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens has been completed. I'm preparing to go out and see if there's any opportunity for me to break through. I've come to find you to get a map of the surrounding area." "What? The 6th layer has been completed?" Ichuan was shocked. He sized up Zhou Tong, but Zhou Tong's aura was completely restrained. He couldn't see anything at all. Ji Ning was also shocked. According to his father, the process of breaking through to the Xiantian realm with the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens should have caused a huge commotion. How could he have completed it so quietly? What terrifying control! Ichuan clearly also thought of this point. It was clear that Zhou Tong had completely restrained his power. Even the power of the extreme Yin star and the extreme Yang star had been perfectly restrained. It hadn't leaked out to affect the outside world, which was why such a situation had occurred. Brother Zhou's actions are truly admirable. Ichuan sighed. However, if you leave empty-handed and encounter some danger, that wouldn't be too good. Wait for a while before you go out, Ichuan continued. During this time, why don't you cultivate together with us? We humans have some unique aspects when it comes to weapons. If you are referring to this type of sword technique, then there's no need. Zhou Tong casually grabbed, and a nearby metal sword immediately jumped into his hand. And then, Zhou Tong casually pointed out. Instantly, clang! A trembling sound rang out, and then a silver light flashed. It was as though mercury was pouring into the ground. Over 10 sounds rang out at the same time, and then the sword light that filled the sky disappeared. At this moment, every single red dot on the metal golem in front of Ji Ning had a scratch on it. This one with the world? You learned my sword technique? Ichuan was once again shocked. He stared at Zhou Tong in shock. Although he had only taught Ning basic sword techniques which were used to lay down the basics of the Tao of the sword, every school had different basic sword technique. Just now, without question, Zhou Tong had used the basic sword techniques of the Ji clan. Didn't he just demonstrate it once? Zhou Tong glanced at Ji Ning. Smiling, he casually tossed the sword back to where it had been. Just once? Ichuan didn't know what to say. This person in front of him was a monster amongst monsters. Chapter 1172. Zhou Tong quickly acquired a map of the nearby area from Ichuan. Picking up a metal sword, he left the training grounds. Ichuan looked at Zhou Tong's departing back and sighed slightly. "Father, what's wrong?" Ji Ning asked. "What a pity." Ichuan shook his head. "I originally wanted to use our Ji clan's sword techniques to keep him here, so that he could train by your side. It seems I underestimated him. Keep him by my side." Ji Ning instantly understood what his father was thinking. His father wasn't just interested in this person's auspicious phoenix status, it was also for his own sake. Ichuan hoped that he could use human techniques to keep him here, so that he could train by his son's side. Ichuan knew very well that things like sword techniques, archery, and even footwork weren't the same as training. They required a large amount of practice to form muscle memory. If this person really did as Ichuan had predicted and trained by his son's side, then in the future, It was very likely that they would have a relationship similar to that of brothers and companions. With an auspicious phoenix blessed by the heavens as a companion, one could imagine what sort of benefits his son would receive in the future. But each one had miscalculated. He hadn't expected that Zhou Tong would be this powerful. With just a glance, he had trained his sword techniques to such a level. However, this is also good. Each one couldn't help but feel a hint of joy in his heart. Fortunately, this person's performance was so astonishing that he couldn't say anything to keep him here. Otherwise, if he really did let such an astonishing monster train by his son's side, his son's confidence would be shattered to an unimaginable degree. A practitioner could temporarily not have power, but he definitely had to have confidence and an unyielding heart. If he didn't even have confidence, then no matter how talented he would be nothing more than a piece of trash. At the same time, after Zhou Tong left the training grounds, he left the city as well. Ichuan, oh Ichuan, you really are taking great pains for your son. Zhou Tong thought back to that scene, and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Given his experience, how could he not see Ichuan's intentions? It was nothing more than the hope that he and Ji Ning would grow up together and watch out for each other in the future. However, Zhou Tong didn't have the time to wait for Ji Ning to grow. Given his own rate of growth, it was hard to say how strong he would be in the future, but before he became a world-level expert, he would definitely surpass Ji Ning. In fact, he would surpass Ji Ning by a large margin. However, it's about time. It is time to go inherit Daoist Three Lives Underwater Estate. Zhou Tong glanced at the map, immediately focusing on the location of Serpentwing Lake. After leaving the city, Zhou Tong's footsteps became faster and faster. He could hear the wind blowing in his ears. It was as if he was stepping on the wind. His entire being was like a gust of wind blowing through the forest. Actually, I can easily create some of the low-level sword arts, footwork, and fist arts of this world. This is because the foundations and principles of sword arts, footwork, and fist arts are all interlinked with each other in every major world. As for the higher levels of sword arts, footwork, and fist arts, they are easy to comprehend. Zhou Tong pondered as he walked. He was currently using a footwork technique which he had casually created. As he moved forward, his speed grew faster and faster, and the amount of natural energy he was able to draw upon grew greater and greater. His footwork technique was improving at a rate visible to the naked eye. Not only was he becoming more and more familiar with it, but the level of this footwork technique was also improving along with Zhou Tong's insights into the concept of wind of this world. To be precise, it wasn't insights. Rather, Zhou Tong was transforming the insights he had gained from the shrouded heaven world, the lifelong world, the coiling dragon world, and many other worlds into the system and structure of this world. This process would continue to speed up as his understanding of this world grew deeper and deeper. His insights into the concept of wind grew deeper and deeper, and strands of the concept of wind began to gather around him. At first, it really was a gentle breeze. Then, it became a cool breeze. Towards the end, it became a hurricane. Zhou Tong's entire body was like a hurricane, blowing from West Prefecture City to the shores of Serpentwing Lake. Hush! Zhou Tong came to a halt, but the hurricane around him still blew into the air above the surface of the lake. At this moment, the wild wind was blowing, and the waves within Serpentwing Lake began to roil. The area of Serpentwing Lake, within a circumference of 100 kilometers, was filled with massive waves that were at least 3 meters tall. This is Serpentwing Lake. Zhou Tong stared at the massive waves of 100 kilometers, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. And then, he took a step forward, stepping onto the surface of the lake. He stepped onto the surface of the lake, but his body didn't sink down. After having trained the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming to the peak of the 6th stage, he had long ago gained the ability to control fire and water. Rumble! Zhou Tong walked across the surface of Serpent Wing Lake, completely fearless. Within the surface of the lake, the heads of large green prawns and large black fish would occasionally pop out from beneath the surface of the water, staring at Zhou Tong from afar. These were the lesser monsters of Serpent Wing Lake. They were all at the Hotian level, and some of them weren't even able to transform. Zhou Tong naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these lesser monsters. He continued forward. A human? Doesn't sink when in the water? Who is he exactly? Why does he have such an indescribably noble aura? The lesser monsters stared at Zhou Tong, their hearts filled with shock. Just the fact that he was able to walk on water without sinking was enough to stun all of the lesser monsters. As for that aura of his body, it caused all of the lesser monsters to be filled with admiration. Looking at Zhou Tong, these lesser monsters felt as though they were looking at a natural-born emperor. This sort of feeling wasn't the same sort of dread they had felt when they saw the king of the underwater prefecture. Instead, it was a sort of heartfelt admiration. In fact, as they watched Zhou Tong walk forward, their bodies didn't even move at all. Instead, they just quietly stared at him. These lesser monsters' bloodlines are too weak. Zhou Tong naturally could sense that these lesser monsters were staring at him, and in his heart, he was rather speechless. Logically speaking, when these lesser monsters of the water encountered a dragon, they should be like this. Dragons were the true rulers of the scales. But their bloodlines were too weak. When they encountered a phoenix like him, they would all be like this. Soon, Zhou Tong arrived at an island in the center of Serpent Wing Lake. This island wasn't small at all, nearly 10 kilometers in circumference. There were many small mountains and rivers on the island. Riding the wind, every step he took felt as light as a breeze. He had an indescribably relaxed feeling to him. He circled around the island, taking a closer look at the terrain of the island, searching for what he wanted. Along the way, he saw many lesser monsters of the water race. For example, there were crabs sunbathing on the beach, or there were carps spitting out bubbles in the water. But as soon as the lesser monsters saw Zhou Tong, they were all stunned by the aura of supremacy emanating from his body. They couldn't help but bow in respect. Chapter 1173. Not long after Zhou Tong arrived at this island, he saw a huge lair. It was a cave in the middle of the mountain. Who is it? Just as Zhou Tong approached this cave, an icy aura instantly flew out from the cave, causing the ground to be covered in a layer of frost. At the same time, a pitch-black serpent that was several hundred meters long flew out from the cave. On its back was a pair of enormous bone wings. Once it came out of the cave, it immediately spread open and covered the sky. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhou Tong, who had arrived. Winged serpent? Zhou Tong's gaze also stared at this serpent. The moment Zhou Tong stared at it, this winged serpent's entire body trembled, as if it had met some natural enemy. Being stared at by Zhou Tong's eyes, it felt as if it had been stared at by its nemesis, and its body couldn't stop trembling. The eagles in the sky could eat snake. From a certain point of view, birds were one of the nemesis and natural enemies of snakes, not to mention Zhou Tong, this king of birds. A phoenix. You are? Winged Serpent's voice was somewhat trembling. From today onwards, you will follow my orders. I don't want to kill right now, so don't force me. Zhou Tong said indifferently, and then ignored this winged serpent, directly walking into his cave. In an instant, the tables had turned. Relying on a wisp of the phoenix's aura, as well as his own grasp of the great Tao of heaven and earth, wherever Zhou Tong went, it was his home ground. Yes, Senior. Winged Serpent transformed into his human form and knelt on the ground. Zhou Tong quietly walked past him, and every step seemed to step on Winged Serpent's heartbeat. This made Winged Serpent understand that as long as this person before him was willing, he could take away his life with a single thought. After sensing such a terrifying gap, Winged Serpent became even more respectful and didn't dare to be impudent at all. He quietly knelt on the ground, watching Zhou Tong enter his cave. This scene was simply as if Zhou Tong was the master of this cave, and Winged Serpent was just an old servant. Serpentwing's lair was a place that this dire monster had managed for over 1,000 years, and it was filled with twists and turns. Zhou Tong moved forward alone. Inside the nest, there would occasionally be some aquatic beasts that would rush out. However, when those beasts rushed out and saw Zhou Tong, they were immediately intimidated by his aura. They didn't dare to make any strange movements. They all knelt on the ground as if they were worshipping an emperor. Zhou Tong continued moving forward. When he reached a place, the nearby space suddenly distorted. The shadow of a big bear appeared in the dark cave. The big bear opened its mouth and swallowed Zhou Tong. "It's finally here." Zhou Tong's face was filled with joy. He had finally found a cave with a deep enough foundation. Time and space changed in an instant. However, everything returned to normal in the next instant. At this time, Zhou Tong looked around. He was in a huge corridor. This corridor was at least 300 meters wide and 300 meters tall. He was at the exit of the corridor. Outside the exit was a vast and mighty flow of water. There was an invisible barrier that blocked the flow of water from the outside world. "It's time to move forward and break through." Zhou Tong moved forward. This corridor was incomparably huge. It was as if it was used by giants. Zhou Tong didn't move forward for long before he saw a ground full of corpses. These corpses had been dead for who knew how many years. A gust of wind could shatter the bones. These corpses didn't have any treasures on them. They should have been taken away by someone else. Only one corpse still had armor and weapons. Zhou Tong's divine will swept out and directly swept the treasures on the corpse to his side. This corpse also had a storage ring. Zhou Tong easily refined it. The storage ring wasn't big, but there were many treasures inside. This person had searched through the corpses on the ground. He was the person who had entered this place before Zhou Tong. However, none of them are good magic treasures. They're all trash. Zhou Tong said softly. He didn't care about the magic treasures inside. Even if he was poor, he wouldn't care about magic treasures of this level. Zhou Tong put away the magic treasures and continued to move forward. However, he didn't go far this time. Suddenly, pa! Suddenly, golden beans appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground, making crisp sounds. Then, these golden beans quickly melted and turned into golden liquid. Each drop of golden liquid quickly condensed into a golden-armored heavenly soldier holding a weapon. In an instant, 81 burly golden-armored heavenly soldiers appeared in the quiet corridor. Soldiers formed from beans. They're all golden-armored heavenly soldiers of the innate realm. Interesting. Zhou Tong looked at these golden-armored heavenly soldiers and said softly, "Who trespasses the cave residents? Die." The 81 golden-armored heavenly soldiers roared together and then directly charged at Zhou Tong. Clang! Zhou Tong didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet phoenix with wisps of golden light flew out from his palm. Carrying the terrifying true sunfire, it met the 81 golden-armored heavenly soldiers. Explode! When the fire phoenix flew to the side of the golden-armored heavenly soldiers, Zhou Tong suddenly spoke. In an instant, the fire phoenix exploded like a sun exploding. The entire dim corridor was lit up in an instant. At the same time, the 81 feathers shot out in all directions like arrows, and the direction they were flying towards was none other than the 81 golden-armored heavenly soldiers. Boom! 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 81 feather-like arrows pierced through the heads of the 81 golden-armored celestial soldiers in an instant. After piercing the bodies of the golden-armored heavenly soldiers, the fire feathers exploded again. Rumble! Boom! Rumble! His body, which had already been pierced by the arrow, suffered a second injury. The scorching heat, the merciless true sun fire, and the explosive power caused the golden-armored heavenly soldiers formed by the golden beings to be instantly reduced to ashes. When it comes to the true meaning of the Tao, my fire is the strongest, Zhou Tong said softly. Whether it was the wind that he used to travel or the water that he comprehended from the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, they were all far inferior to Zhou Tong's understanding of fire. With a single blow, all the golden-armored heavenly soldiers were annihilated. The first trial should be over. Next is the second. Zhou Tong didn't stop and continued forward. Taoist Three Lives Mansion had a total of 3 trials. Only by passing all 3 trials could one inherit the mansion. The golden-armored heavenly soldiers just now were only the first trial. According to the design of the trials, the first trial should be a test of endurance. After these golden-armored heavenly soldiers were killed, they would revive, but their strength would weaken. This trial required the cultivator to exhaust these heavenly soldiers to death with their own endurance. However, Zhou Tong didn't care about the rules at all. With a single blow, the durability of these heavenly soldiers dropped to 0. Chapter 1174. Zhou Tong continued forward. Soon, he walked past the corridor guarded by the golden-armored heavenly soldiers and came to a corner. Looking ahead, there were still large amounts of skeletons on the ground. These were the people who died in the second stage. Zhou Tong did not stop and continued forward. Soon, he entered the second stage. Not long after Zhou Tong entered the second stage, dark green seeds suddenly appeared in the corridor in front of and behind him. There were 4 seeds in front and 5 behind him. At the same time, 9 sets of weapons and armors appeared together. The armors were all black in color and the weapons were exactly the same, a long staff. This second stage is much more sinister. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 seeds and chuckled. 5 seeds blocked the way behind and only 4 seeds in front. This was obviously to cut off the way back. Hua! Soon, the dark green seeds turned into liquid and merged into the armors. Instantly, they turned into small giants with dark green skin. These small giants were more than 10 feet tall and had a pair of sharp horns on their heads. Their faces were extremely ugly. As soon as the 9 little giants appeared, they became excited. Their eyes were filled with brutality and savagery. Haha, I don't know how long we've waited. We can finally come out again. This time, we're going to deal with this human youth? No, an innate god demon? Ha ha ha, I haven't seen an innate god demon in a long time. I can finally have some fun. With the 9 of us attacking together, and with the divine armors and weapons, even an innate god demon is no match for us in a one-on-one fight. This time, it's too easy. Set up the array first. One of the small giants roared. However, Zhou Tong did not learn their language and could not understand it. But he did not care. Opponents of this level were not worthy of his attention. At this moment, thick fog appeared at the 2 ends of the corridor. A trap array was quickly formed. This array was set up to prevent challengers from using speed to force their way through. In other words, one could only complete the stage by defeating the 9 small giants. Haha, prepare to die. After the array was completed, the 9 small giants roared. At the same time, the armors on their bodies glowed. 9 rays of light quickly intertwined and formed a huge shadow of a centipede. These 9 giants were wearing Tao armor. Every Tao soldier armor had a large number of runes on it. These runes allowed all of their powers to fuse together, combining both offense and defense. Their might was guaranteed. Once 9 peak stage Xiantian level combatants used Tao soldier armors, they would be completely qualified to give Zifu disciples a good fight. Clang! Facing this kind of monster, Zhou Tong finally drew his sword. A loud sword hum rang out and at the same time, a red light exploded. One could vaguely see a red light shoot out. Quick! accurate, ruthless. The terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption. It erupted in an instant and was unstoppable. Poochie! The crimson sword light instantly pierced through the head of one of the burly men. The sword pierced through his eyes and into his skull. Then, a scorching flame exploded in his body. His body could not resist at all. He instantly turned into a puddle of black water. His armor and weapon fell to the ground. Zhou Tong casually used his interspatial ring to collect the armor and weapon. Then, the puddle of black water reformed into a burly man. He looked at Zhou Tong in shock. How is this possible? Looks like your equipment saved your life after all. My sword didn't completely destroy your durability. However, it's almost done. You just need one last strike. Zhou Tong had just finished speaking when he waved his hand. A gust of wind turned into a blade and killed the burly man. After killing one, the remaining 8 Dao soldier armors became even weaker after fusing together. Zhou Tong still used 2 strikes to kill the second and third giant. But from the 4th one onwards, he killed all of them with 1 strike. As the 9 giants were all killed, the fog at the 2 ends of the corridor dissipated. The formation retreated. Zhou Tong was fearless. After collecting the treasures here, he continued forward. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd trial. In this trial, the number of corpses on the ground was obviously much less. Those who could enter the 3rd trial were basically all elite. Zhou Tong naturally saw the skeletons with treasures on them. They were the cultivators who had entered this place recently. After collecting the treasures, he finally looked forward. Have you collected the treasures? At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. A hunchbacked figure walked out from the fog in the distance. He was covered in black hair. A pair of green eyes stared at Zhou Tong. He walked over step by step. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred feet. It was obvious that he was using a profound footwork technique. He looked at Zhou Tong and said, "After waiting for countless years, a powerhouse has finally come. I've been waiting here for countless years. It's been so long that I've forgotten the time. As long as you can survive the 3 trials, you don't need to be able to kill me. You just need to be able to injure me. That's enough." The hunchbacked man sighed as he spoke. Loneliness is really too scary. As long as you can injure me and make me bleed, I'll collapse and let you pass. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he couldn't wait for Zhou Tong to pass. Although he said that, he didn't show any mercy. Whoosh! As he spoke, he had already arrived beside Zhou Tong. His fan-like gray palm, which was wrapped in a dense aura of death, directly slammed toward Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong stood there without moving. He simply reached out and grabbed the palm. Then, he leaned to the side and pushed in the direction of the man's strength. Boom! The man was directly sent flying by Zhou Tong's simple grab and push. He crashed heavily into the corridor wall in the distance. Why do I need you to show me mercy? Even if you use your full strength, you're still no match for me. Among those of the same level or even 1 level higher than me, you won't be able to find anyone who can fight me. Zhou Tong took a step forward. His entire body transformed into a gust of wind. Then, he raised his hand and directly slammed his palm toward the man. Crack! That person subconsciously used his palm to block, but how terrifying was the strength of Zhou Tong's palm. Only a crisp, "Kacha" sound was heard, and that person's arm was directly broken. Roar! Seeing that he was injured, the monster was not angry. Instead, he was filled with joy. He laughed loudly and said, "I'm injured. I'm finally injured. Ha ha ha." The monster's howl was filled with madness and relief. It was like a howl that had been suppressed for millions of years. After the howl stopped, the monster looked at Zhou Tong and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, my new master. I hope you can refine this immortal residence as soon as possible. We'll meet again in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-furred monster disappeared. Chapter 1175. After the freak disappeared, Zhou Tong continued to advance. Soon, he saw the exit of the corridor and the faint pillars there. After completely exiting the exit, he saw a vast palace appear in front of him. This palace was at least several thousand meters tall. Compared to this hall, the 300-meter-tall corridor from before seemed very small. Atop the palace, there were many enormous prayer mats, each of which was 300 meters in diameter. Below the palace, there were hundreds of enormous prayer mats as well. On both sides of the palace, there were a total of 5 corridors. 3 of them were 3,000 meters tall, while the other 2 were 300 meters tall. Zhou Tong had entered from one of the 2 300-meter corridors. As for the entrance to the palace, it was completely covered by a bewildering fog. These prayer mats should have been created by Taoist Three Lives. They have the ability to speed up one's comprehension of the Tao. Zhou Tong casually walked towards one of the enormous prayer mats, then sat down in the lotus position. Instantly, a cool aura flowed through the prayer mats into Zhou Tong's mind, causing his mind to become clear and bright. Right at this moment, an old black bull walked out from one of the 3,000-meter-tall corridors next to the palace. Zhou Tong turned his head, only to see that the old bull was staring at him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Spirit of a magic treasure? Zhou Tong seemed to be pondering as he spoke out. Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. The old bull sighed in praise. I am the personal magic treasure of one of the masters of this estate, Immortal Juhua. However, don't think too much about it. Given your current power, there's no way you can bind me. This estate had been left behind by Taoist Three Lives, while Immortal Juhua was the previous master of this estate. The old black bull continued, after Immortal Juhua died, in the countless years that passed, quite a few fiend god body refiners and Zifu disciples were teleported here. Unfortunately, not a single one of them was able to pass through the 3 trials. Even the occasional one who did pass through the 3rd trial died there. But you, kid, actually have such deep insights into the Tao of Fire. You passed through 3 trials as easily as blowing dried twigs, and didn't even stop to recover. Your level of talent was rarely seen even in the primordial era. Zhou Tong smiled and didn't answer. In fact, his time was still too short. It hadn't even been a month since he was born, and he had spent most of his time cultivating the Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens. If he was given another month or 2, it would be much easier for him to break through. Those gatekeepers could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. Innate great perfection, and he's even practicing the Qi Ming diagram of the 9th heaven. He's really amazing. You shouldn't be too old, right? The old bull continued. In fact, I was born less than a month ago, Zhou Tong said leisurely. So that's how the gods and devils are born from the heavens and earth. However, to be able to use Qi Ming's 9 heavens picture to reforge his godly body in just 1 month, it's already considered amazing. Old Bull nodded. The innate gods were already extraordinary when they were born. Many of them had already grasped the true meaning of Tao right after they were born. Some of the stronger ones even grasped a complete Tao right after they were born. Thus, after understanding this point, the old bull's heart calmed down a bit. After saying so much, I still haven't congratulated you on becoming the 5th master of this place. The old bull finally congratulated. Afterwards, the old bull explained some more information regarding this immortal estate. Immortal Juhua was the 3rd master of this immortal estate. His power was insufficient, and he died during his tribulation. The 4th master was Immortal Juhua's disciple, who died in the outside world. How he died and where he died, the old bull had no idea at all. If one wanted to bind an immortal estate and carry it around, one had to be at least at the primal Taoist level of power. Without reaching this level of power, There was no way one could bind an immortal estate and carry it around. Right now, you can only move about within this palace. Only after you become a Zifu disciple and bind a talisman will you be able to truly enter many places within the immortal estate. In addition, only then will you be able to freely enter and exit the immortal estate from the outside world. The old bull said. Whap! Following the old bull's words, a gray talisman appeared in the air. It fell to the ground, emitting a sound. This is the talisman of the immortal estate. Only the previous masters were able to obtain it. Hurry up and put it away. After you become a Zifu disciple, you will be able to bind it. After you bind it, you can come back to the immortal estate. Right now, you won't be able to obtain anything. The old bull continued. Zhou Tong picked up the talisman, then looked at the old bull. It's not necessarily that I won't be able to obtain anything here. Although you are the spirit of a magic treasure, can it be that you don't know any techniques? Techniques? The Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens you train in is the #1 fiend god body refining technique. In the past, even immortal Juhua was inferior to you. What else can I give you? Oh, a visualization technique. You were born less than a month ago. For you to be able to obtain the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens can already be considered an enormous stroke of good fortune. You shouldn't have any visualization techniques. The old bull said, visualization techniques are used to refine the soul and strengthen the soul. Generally speaking, only the most supreme of large tribes have them. I remember a visualization technique. I'll teach it to you right now. Bring me a brush and ink. The old black bull looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong casually withdrew a piece of beast skin, brush, and ink from his interspatial ring. His interspatial ring was filled with the items left behind by the cultivators who had challenged the 3 trials. Those items were virtually all-encompassing. Naturally, there was a brush and ink as well. The old bull looked at the brush and ink. Instantly, he used his divine will to control the brush and ink to levitate, then began to draw on the beast skin. Soon, a Buddha with a compassionate look on his face appeared on the beast skin. This Buddha had a compassionate look on his face. Behind him, a sun and a moon hung high, emitting an endless amount of light. Looking at this kind of Buddha pattern, Zhou Tong was vaguely touched by it. How do you feel? The old bull casually tossed aside the brush and ink, then said, This is the luminous sun-moon Buddha. This is also the visualization technique of immortal Juhua. Inner visualization of the luminous sun-moon Buddha. In the past, when I followed immortal Juhua, I watched from the side every day. Naturally, I remembered it. Although the drawing isn't as good as the original, as long as you frequently visualize it, you will definitely be able to condense your soul. Visualization technique. This is the visualization technique of this world. Zhou Tong stared at this Buddha. Ripples appeared in his heart. This wasn't the first time that Zhou Tong had come into contact with the visualization technique. The most important cultivation method in the Yang God world was the visualization technique. Without the visualization technique, it was impossible to step onto the path of soul cultivation. Although the Yang God world's visualization technique was also used to condense the soul, it was very clear that the Buddha in front of him was completely different from the Yang God world's visualization technique. Visualizing a Buddha? No, this technique is actually visualizing the great Tao contained within the Buddha's body. Zhou Tong instantly understood the essence of this worldview. The Almighty of this world, especially the Almighty of the God-fiend body refinement Tao, all contained the profound meaning of their own great Tao in their divine bodies. Therefore, visualizing their divine bodies was equivalent to indirectly visualizing the great Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, one could condense their soul. Therefore, I don't need the visualization technique because I only need to constantly comprehend the great Tao, which is equivalent to constantly visualizing. Moreover, The things I visualize are even more direct than the visualization technique. What I visualize is the great Tao itself, not the embodiment of a cultivator's great Tao. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. The great Tao was formless. It was precisely because many people's aptitude was too poor that they were unable to observe the true origin of the great Tao. Therefore, they needed to use the visualization technique to visualize the bodies of those who had attained the great Tao. From there, they could indirectly improve their soul and condense it. However, in reality, in the process of cultivation, every time a cultivator comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was actually equivalent to condensing the soul. Truly talented cultivators didn't need the visualization technique because they could directly visualize the essence of the great Tao. Chapter 1176. This world's visualization method isn't too profound. It's only the most basic visualization method. It's even inferior to the sun god world's visualization method. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. The old black bull noticed that Zhou Tong wasn't excited and immediately had a thought. Could it be that you also have the visualization method? You've only been born for a month, and not only did you obtain the Qi Ming Nine Heavens diagram, you also obtained the extremely precious visualization method? You're really blessed by Providence to have such a great opportunity? You have the visualization method and such a powerful pre-celestial opportunity, but I'm guessing that you definitely don't have such a thing. The old bull continued. Back then, Immortal Juhua once killed a powerful enemy and obtained a set of techniques called the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. I'll give it to you to try now. As he spoke, the old bull controlled the pen and paper and wrote down the Lesser Thousand Swords formation technique. Then, he explained it to Zhou Tong. The Lesser Thousand Swords formation required 9 flying sword magic treasures to form a formation base. Then, 9 formation bases could form the most basic sword formation. A total of 81 flying sword magic treasures could form the most basic sword formation. And this was only the first level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. When one could control 2 sword formations, it would be the second level. And so on and so forth. Only when one was able to control 9 sword formations would the Lesser Thousand Swords formation be considered perfect. The Lesser Thousand Swords formation requires the Lesser Thousand Seal patterns. That is the foundation of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. If the seal patterns are leaked, some large tribes can rely on the seal patterns to deduce the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. The old bull finally warned. Zhou Tong nodded his head. The formations of this world and shrouding the heavens world had some similarities. They both placed great importance on seal patterns. All kinds of seal patterns and Tao patterns were the foundation of the formation. The similarity between the two made it so that Zhou Tong could comprehend this sword formation much faster than he could comprehend anything else. Try. You've already collected a large number of weapons in the passageway? The old bull looked at Zhou Tong with some anticipation. I can't try. Zhou Tong shook his head. I don't have any qi refinement technique. I only have God power in my body and no true essence. The Lesser Thousand Swords formation was a technique used by qi refinement cultivators, and fiend god body refinement cultivators were completely unable to use such a technique. There was still a huge difference between divine power and true essence. No qi refinement techniques? The old bull stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head. I can't help you with that. Although Immortal Juhua had a top-notch qi refinement technique, I don't understand that kind of qi refinement technique. As for those low-level qi refinement techniques, I didn't even bother to look at them. However, since you've collected so many treasures, perhaps they have qi refining techniques in their storage spaces? There is, but it's a little weak. Zhou Tong shook his head. He also looked down on those qi refinement methods. Forget it. I'll first break through to the Zifu disciple level using the Fiend God Body Refiner Tao, and then take control of a portion of this immortal estate's authority. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it, and he directly sat down in the lotus position. Breaking through to the Violet Palace realm? Is it so easy to break through to the Zifu disciple level? The old bull didn't believe it, but soon, his eyeballs were about to pop out. That was because he discovered that the divine moon pattern and divine sun pattern on Zhou Tong's back suddenly lit up. It can't be, he can really break through? He can break through at any time? The old bull was shocked. He had never been so shocked before. Logically speaking, a Xiantian realm cultivator would be unable to resist breaking through after reaching the standard to break through. Yet, he actually resisted long ago? Facing the temptation of a higher realm, he was actually able to resist it? At this moment, Zhou Tong was sitting cross-legged in the Great Hall. His understanding of yin and yang was once again integrated into the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. And at this moment, the divine moon star and divine sun star, which were separated by an unknown amount of time and space, seemed to have sensed something, and immediately sent down the divine moon primordial water and divine sun primordial fire. Boom! In a split second, the area around Zhou Tong turned into a world of water and fire. The frightening power of water and fire suddenly fused together and transformed into a water-fire phoenix, which completely enveloped Zhou Tong. And under the envelopment of the water-fire phoenix, Zhou Tong's body also reverted back to his original phoenix form. The divine moon pattern and divine sun pattern on every feather of his were also resonating with the water and fire. Under the guidance of the divine moon pattern and divine sun pattern, Zhou Tong's divine body naturally started to transform in all aspects. Every inch of his bones, every drop of his blood, and every feather was crazily devouring the divine moon primordial water and divine sun primordial fire, transforming crazily. Boom! In the void, water and fire fused together, and the divine moon and divine sun intersected. At the later stage, it was impossible to tell whether it was water or fire. In the void, the phoenix let out a long cry, as if it was being reborn from fire. The phoenix's body was growing and becoming stronger. So he is a phoenix. An innate phoenix, the old bull exclaimed as he looked at the phoenix that was transforming in the void. On the path of Godfiend physique refinement, once one cultivated to the Zifu realm, one would obtain an ability, rebirth from a drop of blood. It was very difficult for a Godfiend physique refinement cultivator to die at this realm. Especially for the phoenix lineage, it was the symbol of immortality. It had always been called the undying bird by others. After cultivating to the Zifu realm, I think the phoenix lineage's top-notch divine ability can already be used. I wonder how powerful the innate phoenix's bathing in fire is. The old bull was looking forward to it. Only when a Godfiend physique refinement cultivator reached the Zifu realm could they use divine abilities. And the phoenix lineage's top-notch divine ability was naturally bathing in fire. As long as one's body was bathed in flames, no matter what kind of injuries one suffered, one would be able to recover in an extremely short period of time. This divine ability, in addition to the abundant life force of the Godfiend physique refinement cultivator, was the reason why the phoenix lineage was called the undying bird. It was because it was too difficult to kill a phoenix at the same level. Slowly, the fire and water in the air slowly dissipated. As for Zhou Tong, he transformed back into his human form. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Having reached the 7th stage of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, he could sense that the life force contained within his body could be said to be inexhaustible, and that no living creature would be able to match it. The phoenix has always had the most terrifying life force amongst the vicious 10. This sort of life force, combined with the Godfiend physique refinement, can be said to be a perfect match. A hint of delight appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. After reaching the Zifu realm in the Godfiend physique refinement, his gains were greater than he had imagined. Zhou Tong felt that compared to the 5 secret realms of the shrouded heaven world, which allowed one to develop one's potential, the Godfiend physique refinement system of the Desolate Era was perhaps more suitable for the Phoenix lineage. This was because the foundation of this Godfiend physique refinement system lay in life force, an extremely powerful life force. And life force was the Phoenix lineage's greatest asset. This sort of training system completely improved the Phoenix lineage's greatest advantage, transforming it into an unstoppable, absolute advantage. Chapter 1177. As he made his breakthrough, Zhou Tong flipped his hand, and a talisman appeared in his palm. This was the talisman that controlled a portion of the estate. Zhou Tong casually poured his Zifu-level divine power into it, and instantly, a vast, ancient aura was transmitted over. Congratulations! Congratulations! The old black bull looked at Zhou Tong, his face filled with joy. After binding the talisman, you can now go to the most important places within the estate. With these places, you will have the ability to truly rise to power. The more the old bull spoke, the more excited he became. This estate is completely for the purpose of raising fiend god descendants. The more talented you are in this Tao, the better you will be able to receive. You still haven't trained in the Qi refining Tao. In my opinion, you should just casually train in the Qi refining Tao. There's no need to spend too much time on it. Focus your energy on the fiend god body refining Tao. The old bull continued. In the future, even if you are about to reach the void level as a Qi refiner and become an earth immortal, you must do your best to suppress it and not undergo the tribulation. In the future, you must let the fiend god body refining Tao undergo the tribulation first. According to Immortal Juhua's conjecture, the more talented you are in the fiend god body refining Tao, the more beneficial this estate will be to you. In the past, Immortal Juhua sensed that this estate had many hidden secrets. Unfortunately, Immortal Juhua perished, and was unable to find out what happened afterwards. After you go to the Stellar Hall, you will know how powerful the first master of the estate was. Just as the old bull finished speaking, an illusion suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the air next to him. Soon, the illusion took form, and a giant yellow bear appeared, walking upright. "Big brother!" the old black bull called out, and his voice even carried a hint of flattery. And then, he said to Zhou Tong, "This is the spirit of the estate." The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong. Not bad. A Xiantian fiend god who was born not long ago, after having his divine body reforged, was actually able to charge into the Zifu level in such a short period of time. Your talent is indeed not bad. Don't waste this talent. Train well. Your future is limitless. Follow me. The giant yellow bear was completely different from the old black bull. He didn't speak much, going straight to the point. Old Cow also urged Zhou Tong to catch up. In next to no time, the yellow bear led Zhou Tong forward along a 3 kilometers tall corridor, and they entered another mysterious place within the hall. As the yellow bear advanced, it said, "Now that you've refined the communication talisman, you can be considered the cave abode's master in waiting. In addition to this main hall, one could also enter the 4 main halls in this corridor. In the future, if you want to enter more places, you'll have to wait until you become a primal Taoist." Zhou Tong knew very well that right now, he had only gained the right to freely enter and exit the underwater estate. Once he became a primal Taoist, he would be able to freely bring the underwater estate with him. Zhang Xian explained as they proceeded forward. Soon, they arrived before an ancient bronze door. Zhou Tong looked inside the bronze door, and suddenly, countless treasures appeared before his eyes. The giant yellow bear said, "This is the treasure hall, and also the countless treasures that Master collected back then." The lowest are some unique mortal items, and the highest are items from the chaos when Pangu created the world. As long as you can meet the conditions, you can obtain the treasure. As for the conditions, you can see for yourself later. Let's go to the next hall. The giant yellow bear was very cold. It didn't explain in detail to Zhou Tong, instead leading him directly into the next hall. Soon, the group arrived before the second bronze door. They could see a hand on the bronze door. This hand had a terrifying divine might that seemed capable of blotting out the heavens, capable of plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. The aura of the star-seizing hand. Zhou Tong understood. This aura naturally belonged to the star-seizing hand. The giant yellow bear explained, "You can enter if you meet two conditions. The first is that you have reached the rebirth from blood droplet level. The second is that you are under 10 years old. You are not even half a year old yet. You meet the conditions very well. I suggest that you wait until you are almost 10 years old before entering. There are tests left behind by Master inside. The more powerful you are, the more powerful the divine ability you will obtain. Don't waste this opportunity," the giant yellow bear advised. It was only because it saw that Zhou Tong was truly too young that it was afraid that he would waste his talent. That was why it said a few more words. If an 8 or 9-year-old person had come here, it probably wouldn't have said much either. Continuing to advance, they soon arrived at the third palace. This is the War God Hall. It is the most dangerous place in the entire underwater estate, but it is also a place filled with opportunities. The giant yellow bear didn't say much. Zhou Tong, however, understood that the War God Hall was a place of battle. In this place, every time a fiend god body refiner reached a new level, he would have 2 chances to challenge it. If he passed the first or second level, he would be able to obtain a mortal-ranked magic treasure or a treasure of comparable value. If he passed the third or fourth level, he would be able to obtain an earth-ranked magic treasure or a treasure of comparable value. If he passed the 5th or 6th level, he would be able to obtain a heaven-ranked magic treasure. If he passed the 7th or 8th level, he would be able to obtain an immortal-ranked magic treasure. If he passed the 9th or 10th level, he would be able to obtain a pure yang-ranked magic treasure. Xiantian Lifeform, Zifu Disciple, Wanxiang Adept, Primal, Void Level. Each level had 2 chances. In other words, Zhou Tong, as a Zifu disciple, had a total of 4 chances. The giant yellow bear continued to advance, leading Zhou Tong towards the 4th palace. In fact, before they even drew close to the palace, Zhou Tong could already hear the sound of flowing water. Upon arriving at the entrance to the palace, Zhou Tong looked over with some curiosity. Unlike the bronze gates of the previous palaces, this one was made of wood. Through the open gate, he could see the interior of the palace. Flowing water, mountain rocks, thatched huts, everything in front of him was so ordinary, and he couldn't see anything strange about it at all. But within the ordinariness, there was something extraordinary. One had to listen carefully in order to discover the mysteries of this place. With just a single glance, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel somewhat dazed. He felt as though the pulse of the heavens and the earth had been completely laid out before his eyes, allowing him to watch as he pleased. The giant yellow bear introduced, "This is the Stellar Palace. Everything here was personally set up by Master. Living here will allow you to experience the boundless grand Tao, Before the giant yellow bear finished speaking, he saw that Zhou Tong's gaze was somewhat dazed as he walked directly into the palace. The aura of this palace is isolated from the aura of the eternal azure food of the 9 underworlds. He was actually able to enter from outside the door? The giant yellow bear was rather surprised as well. His comprehension ability is incredible. It seems this time an incredible successor has arrived. Both Immortal Juhua and that piece of trash behind him are far inferior to this little phoenix. A hint of anticipation appeared in the giant yellow bear's heart. I hope you'll be able to live to become a primal Taoist, the giant yellow bear said one last time, and then transformed into a speck of light, disappearing. Chapter 1178. Inside the stellar hall, it was a small world. Upon entering, there was a large mountain. The mountain was full of vitality, and there was a large amount of vegetation growing. But at the foot of the mountain, the vitality suddenly decreased greatly. Not even a blade of grass grew. Only occasionally, one could see a handful of weeds emerging from the cracks of the rock. And the most eye-catching thing was a thatched cottage at the foot of the barren mountain. A stream meandered down from the top of the mountain and flowed past the front of the thatched cottage. Previously, the weeds in the cracks of the rocks were basically distributed on both sides of the stream. The other places were completely desolate piles of rock. And in the sky there were numerous incomparably huge stars. Every star emitted a dreamlike radiance that enveloped the earth. Zhou Tong quietly walked alone in this world. When he first entered, he was walking in the deathly still pile of rocks at the foot of the mountain. And at this time, Zhou Tong's entire body was withered. There was not the slightest trace of vitality. He looked like a walking dead person. The enormous vitality that he obtained from cultivating the fiend god body refinement Tao to the blood rebirth realm was completely withdrawn at this moment. The skin on the surface of his body did not have any luster. It simply looked like a piece of dead wood. One could even faintly see that his body was almost shriveled up. Compared to before, it was simply like a piece of rag. The pitch-black old bull looked at Zhou Tong, who was walking step by step in shock. He was completely stupefied. He actually directly entered into this level of Tao comprehension state? He hasn't even read stars, and he actually directly triggered the grand Tao of the stellar hall. This kind of comprehension, how is it possible? The more the old bull looked, the more shocked he was. In this stellar hall, the most important thing was the stars that the first owner of this cave left behind. Only by reading these things would one be able to trigger the grand Tao of this small world. It could be said that the stars was left behind by the owner of this cave. It was used to comprehend the various grand Taos of this stellar hall. If one must name it, then it could be called Tao induction. But now, there was actually someone who did not rely on Tao induction, and was comprehending here alone. Heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. The old black bull could not help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, Zhou Tong continued forward and soon arrived at the side of the stream. When he reached the side of the stream, the life force that he had restrained all over his body suddenly changed. It was as if the plants that had experienced the cold winter had regained their vitality. His body was gushing with vitality that soared into the sky. Even the old black bull was shocked by the surging vitality. Crash! However, when Zhou Tong walked into the center of the stream, drops of rain suddenly appeared out of thin air. They kept falling, dripping onto the ground and into the stream. At the same time, the stream changed as well. A mysterious fluctuation bloomed near his legs. Then, the stream began to move upwards slowly, condensing into a water feather coat. At this moment, he was like the darling of water. Rainwater and streams surrounded him, nourishing his body. When he passed the level in the corridor, he clearly walked the path of fire. I didn't expect him to have such a deep understanding of the path of water. The old bull opened its eyes wide and looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Zhou Tong was still walking, but he was walking very slowly. It took him an entire 2 hours to cross the stream. During this time, the old black bull saw with its own eyes that the water around Zhou Tong had undergone a tremendous change. Light rain, heavy rain, water ripples, water waves, mist, and even snow and frost. It was as if everything related to water had appeared around him. When Zhou Tong crossed the stream, the aura around his body changed again. Boom! At this moment, His body did not have a trace of the gentleness and sharpness of water. Instead, it was filled with a terrifying explosive power. At this moment, he was like a ball of fire, a ball of incomparably hot flame, a blazing sun that shone with radiance. The heat was oppressive. The scorching air quickly evaporated the water vapor on his body. It even distorted the air, causing the space around him to present a terrifying feeling of disillusionment. Every step he took was disillusionment. That was not an illusion. Instead, the scorching aura distorted his senses. There was a scorching domain around him. First, it was the path of loneliness. Then, it was the path of water. Next, it's the path of fire. I wonder if he can still comprehend the path around him. The old black bull was looking forward to Zhou Tong's actions more and more. He just stayed at the side and quietly watched Zhou Tong's actions. After walking past the dry region, Zhou Tong finally started to climb the mountain. The moment he started to climb the mountain, the old bull once again felt a terrifying change. Zhou Tong's movements were very slow, but they were very steady and powerful. Every step he took caused the world to rumble. It was as if a star was rolling. The surging power, coupled with his steps, was like a growing mountain. It was strong and powerful. The path of earth is heaven-defying. Is he really going to walk through all 5 elements? It was unknown when the big yellow bear had reappeared here. It was also looking at Zhou Tong in shock. Now, Zhou Tong's performance had caused it to reappear. From the age of gods and devils until now, I have not seen many people with such comprehension ability like him. It's too terrifying, the big yellow bear exclaimed. Zhou Tong continued to advance step by step. When he walked into the lush forest, the path of wood started to appear. His entire body was brimming with vitality. Even the ground he stepped on had grass growing. When he walked to the top of the mountain, golden energy instantly soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. When he reached this step, Zhou Tong did not continue to advance. Instead, he quietly stood at the top of the mountain and raised his head to look at the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky also changed in his eyes. They were no longer stars, but paths. They were paths that could be clearly seen. It was an opportunity to transform his comprehension of the path into the path of this world. Time passed day by day, and the strange phenomenon around Zhou Tong became more and more terrifying. The paths of the 5 elements continuously rotated around him. Other than that, there were also strange phenomena of yin and yang, life and death, and many other paths that appeared. In fact, after entering this space, Zhou Tong did not comprehend the path like this. Everything he did was very simple. He used the paths that the stellar hall contained as a guide and continuously transformed the things that he had comprehended in other worlds into the path of this world. During this period, there might be some fog and shackles in some details, but overall, there wasn't much of a problem in the general direction. As for the fog and shackles, he would be able to break through them immediately after he meditated for a while. In a short 7 days, he had been immersed in the comprehension of the path of this world. He had completely comprehended a complete path of the paths of the 5 elements. Chapter 1179. After 7 days of enlightenment, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. The Tao of this world is also somewhat mysterious and unpredictable. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and sensed every blade of grass, every tree, every water, and every rock in the world. A feeling of the natural Tao arose spontaneously, and a trace of joy emerged in his heart. I've comprehended a complete Tao of the 5 elements. It can be said that the greatest obstacle to becoming a celestial immortal and empyrean god has been broken by me in these short 7 days. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. The Tao of this world was still somewhat different from the Tao of other worlds, but it was somewhat similar to the Tao of the coiling dragon world. They all seemed to have been divided, but the division in this world was more vague. But with the previous experience of the coiling dragon world, transforming the Tao of this world was much easier. Seeing that Zhou Tong had woken up, the old black bull and the big yellow bear came up to congratulate him. Congratulations, Zhou Tong, you've consecutively comprehended 5 Tao of the 5 element. From now on, the greatest bottleneck to becoming an Empyrean god is no longer there. The big yellow bear had maintained a cold attitude before, but after seeing Zhou Tong's comprehension ability, he let go of all reservations and was willing to appear here to help him and congratulate him. Zhou Tong slightly nodded in response. In this desolate era world, the first level of improvement in various aspects of a cultivator's skills was the foundation, which was to be familiar with the skill. The second level was the refinement realm, which meant that the cultivator had already reached perfection in this aspect of the skill. The third level was the unity of heaven and man, which meant that the skill was close to the Tao. The first 3 levels could only be considered ordinary, and the truly powerful ones were still behind. The fourth level was the true meaning of Tao. The so-called true meaning of Tao was to further comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth on the basis of the unity of heaven and man, and gradually discover the great Tao contained in the process of comprehension. As long as one could comprehend a trace of the great Tao, it would be the true meaning of Tao. Zhou Tong had actually reached this level a long time ago. Regardless of whether it was when he had awakened during the gestation process, or when he had experimented with the concept of wind after leaving the West Prefecture city, they were all considered to be at this level. At this level, every move contained the great Tao's meaning. As for the 5th level, it was the Tao domain. Under the premise of comprehending the true intent of the Tao, he would continue to cultivate and comprehend new true intents of the Tao. Finally, he would gather all the comprehended true intents of the Tao, and the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. At this level, one could even mobilize the power of the Tao in the world with a single thought, forming a domain that belonged to oneself. This was the 5th level Tao domain. As for the 6th level, it was a complete path. After mastering a complete Tao, one would be able to use the power of the Tao to control the surrounding space. A complete Tao was also the bottom line for advancing into the celestial immortal or Empyrean god realm. Only by mastering a complete Tao would one be qualified to advance into the celestial immortal or Empyrean god realm. Zhou Tong had mastered 5 Taos of the 5 element. Previously, when he was in the other worlds, his understanding of the various Taos was already very deep. If he could unleash all of it, at the very least, there would be no one in the 3 realms who could match him. Of course, because the worlds were different, there would be a transformation process. Moreover, during this transformation process, there would also be some obstacles. Therefore, his current performance was 5 Taos. Comprehending 5 Taos of the 5 elements in just a month after you were born. Your talent and aptitude are indeed terrifying. Even during the ancient fiend god era, there was no one like you. In front of you, the previous 3 masters of this immortal's abode were simply trash. The giant yellow bear continued to praise. Perhaps you are the only inheritor of this immortal's abode that is close to the master. The giant yellow bear thought more and more highly of Zhou Tong. Even the disciples of the master who created this immortal's abode were far inferior to this talent. Clang! With a thought, Zhou Tong suddenly appeared beside him. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 sword rays appeared in the void, all of them pointing towards a single spot in the void. This wasn't caused by Zhou Tong using any divine power. It was merely a special domain formed by him mobilizing his comprehension of the Tao of the 5 elements. Within this domain, he transformed his comprehension of the 5 elements into swords, formed by condensing the spiritual energy of the world. Every single sword ray contained the 5 elements, life and death, and contained a terrifying divine might. What a formidable sword domain! Are you planning to walk the path of the Tao of the Sword in the future? The old black bull asked. To many cultivators, the Tao they had comprehended had to be used in a certain way in order to be powerful. The Tao of the Sword was one of the more powerful Tao. The Tao of the Sword is extremely lethal. Given your comprehension of the 5 elements, once you transform it into the Tao of the Sword, your attack power will increase by a large margin. The giant yellow bear agreed. In addition, you have such terrifying talent as a fiend god body refiner. Using the sword in close combat is the most suitable choice. Fiend gods are most skilled in close combat. Generally speaking, fiend gods will focus on close combat. Master was the most powerful in close combat as well. The giant yellow bear inadvertently revealed a hint of Taoist three-lives technique. The Tao of the Sword? Zhou Tong shook his head. I will cultivate the Tao of the Sword, and I am confident that I can cultivate the Tao of the Sword to an extremely high level. However, I will not walk the path of the pure Tao of the Sword. My future path has already been decided. It will be the Tao of Fire, Zhou Tong said softly. In the future, I may even walk the Tao of the Blade and the Tao of the Fist. However, whether it is the blade, the fist, or the sword, they are all flames. Before coming to this world, he had already decided that his true fate of the phoenix would be the Tao of Fire. Because in the end, he would have to leave this world and return to the Shrouding Heaven world. When he returned to the Shrouding Heaven world, he might clash with the Dark faction. Facing the dark matter, the best counter was still the Phoenix's own flames. From the Age of Emperor Collapse to the Immortal Ancient and the Chaotic Ancient era, the thing that the dark creatures hated the most was the Phoenix's flames. However, because the Phoenixes of the later generations were not at a high level, they were unable to cause too obvious a counter to the Immortal Emperor level dark matter. But what if he upgraded the Phoenix's flames to the dark level? Then there was no need to doubt that he would be the dark matter's nemesis. The Tao of Fire. The giant yellow bear sized up Zhou Tong and nodded. I almost forgot. Your original body is a fire phoenix. You are most proficient in the power of fire. The Tao of Fire is indeed very suitable for you. The giant yellow bear immediately felt a bit regretful. However, it is a pity. With your fiend god body refining Tao, the Tao of Weapon or Fist is very suitable for you. However, it doesn't matter. Fire is also one of the strongest Taos. As long as you can walk it, your future achievements will be limitless. Chapter 1180. I'm going to the Divine Abilities Hall to choose a divine ability. Zhou Tong glanced at the nearby giant yellow bear, then said casually, Right now. The giant yellow bear stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment, then grew rather frantic. You're in too much of a rush. You only have one chance. Given your innate talent, it's entirely possible for you to acquire the number 1 divine ability. If you wait a few more years and train to the 9th stage of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens, you'll have no problems at all. The 9th stage of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. In addition to the 5 complete Tao paths you've already gained insights into, definitely won't be a problem. However, your divine power and your divine body haven't reached their limits yet. Although there's still a chance, it's still not too stable. The giant yellow bear had already completely come to view Zhou Tong as Taoist Three-Lives' successor. He desperately hoped that Zhou Tong would be able to pass through the Divine Abilities Hall and acquire Taoist Three-Lives' most powerful divine ability. No problem. Zhou Tong turned to look at the giant yellow bear. In the middle of his forehead, a vertical eye suddenly appeared. The giant yellow bear's heart trembled. In the instant that the vertical eye stared at him, he felt as though everything about him had been seen through. It was as though an enormous divine sense had exploded forth from that vertical eye, staring at him. This is the heavenly eye? Divine sense? The giant yellow bear's heart trembled, and he stared at Zhou Tong with a strange, complicated look in his eyes. Are you the reincarnation of a celestial immortal, or a primordial fiend god? The giant yellow bear frowned. Just by relying on comprehending the Tao and tempering one's Tao heart, or even being a fiend god body refiner, it's virtually impossible for one's soul to reach the divine sense level. Even immortal cultivators first become primal Taoists, with their souls being nurtured within their primal Taoist. Only afterwards can they open their heavenly eyes and manifest their divine sense. Those who possess divine sense prior to becoming primal Taoists are generally the reincarnations of major powers. Can it be that you truly are the reincarnation of an immortal? Or could it be that you encountered some other fortuitous encounter before entering this place? That shouldn't be the case. You've only been born for less than a month. How could there be so many opportunities for you nearby? The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong with a slightly different gaze. He was afraid that Zhou Tong was the reincarnation of an enemy of his master, Taoist Three Lives. Why can the visualization diagram strengthen the soul? After Old Cow showed me the inner visualization of the sun and moon luminous Buddha, I understood that the thing visualized in the visualization diagram was actually the form of the Great Tao. If I can immerse myself wholeheartedly in the Great Tao and merge with the Tao, wouldn't it be 10,000 times more powerful than the visualization? Zhou Tong said leisurely. You. Amazing, amazing! You were able to see through the essence with a single glance. It seems like your divine sense was improved during the 7 days of enlightenment in the Stellar Hall. The giant yellow bear sighed in admiration. I'm looking forward to your future more and more. No matter what, don't die midway. Follow me. As the giant yellow bear spoke, he led Zhou Tong directly into the Divine Abilities Hall. The giant yellow bear led the way, clearly much faster than before. With a single step, it was as though the stars had moved, and they arrived at the entrance of the Divine Abilities Hall from the Stellar Hall. Rumble! The doors to the Divine Abilities Hall swung open, and a boundless gray light emanated from within the hall. The light shone upon Zhou Tong and the giant yellow bear, and the two of them instantly disappeared. At the same time, the doors to the hall slammed shut. Within the Divine Abilities Hall, the vast, gray space was quiet and boundless. It was as though one was facing an empty void. Zhou Tong and the giant yellow bear appeared out of nowhere. This is the trial of the Divine Abilities Hall. I advise you to be a bit more steady. After a few years, you'll be absolutely safe. You've only been born for a short period of time, and you don't have any combat experience. Although you have divine sense, there's still a 30% chance of failure. The giant yellow bear gave one last word of advice. I've made up my mind. Zhou Tong was very confident. I wish you good luck. The giant yellow bear didn't say anything else, and it instantly disappeared. The moment the giant yellow bear disappeared, a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of them. The rules of the Divine Abilities Hall were written on it. In the Divine Abilities Hall, only the power of gods and demons could be used. In the battle here, one could only use the weapons provided here. And the rule to pass this trial was to fight. The more strongmen one killed here, the stronger the divine abilities one would obtain. The trial would only end when one killed the strongmen or when one fell. Zhou Tong glanced at the stone tablet, and then his gaze fell on the table not far away. There were a large number of weapons placed there. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and all kinds of weapons were there. Moreover, there were hundreds of weapons of each type, and they included most of the styles. Zhou Tong looked at these weapons, and he subconsciously reached out to grab a sword. Because swords were the weapon he was most familiar with. But after reaching out, he stopped. No matter if it was the world of immortals or the world of coiling dragon, I started with swords. In this life, I'll start with a different weapon. Zhou Tong jumped over the sword, went to the side and picked up a saber. Saber was also a weapon that Zhou Tong was very familiar with. Moreover, it was quite suitable for the Phoenix bloodline, because many of the moves in the Immortal Phoenix treasured technique used phoenix wings as sabers to slash. And just as Zhou Tong chose his weapon, strongmen began to condense in this dusky space. One by one, strongmen appeared in front of Zhou Tong. These strongmen were all in human form, and each of them had 3 eyes that emitted a terrifying and ominous glint. They were all tall and strong, and they held all kinds of weapons in their hands, such as axes, hammers, long poles. These monsters' breathing was like thunder, and their footsteps caused the earth to tremble. Their aura was ferocious, and each of them wasn't weak. Moreover, the most important thing was their numbers. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of these monsters appeared. Kill! Zhou Tong didn't hesitate, and directly slashed forward with his saber. With a horizontal slash of the saber, 5 colors instantly flashed in the void. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, transformed into a saber aura that instantly spread out. With just one slash, hundreds of strongmen were instantly killed. Moreover, the power used in this slash wasn't wasted at all. The 5 elements engendered each other, and no power could be wasted. Moreover, the saber aura of his slash continued to grow. Buzz! 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 Hundreds of strongmen fell, but more and more strongmen took their place. Moreover, the new strongmen were even more powerful than before. However, even so, these strongmen were still unable to withstand a single blow from Zhou Tong's saber. It was as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. There wasn't a single strongman who was a match for him at all. The 5 elements rotated, and the 5 elements were born and extinguished, giving birth to almost endless changes. Especially when Zhou Tong swung his saber, he didn't use much of his own power. Instead, he purely relied on the support of the vital energy of heaven and earth. The massacre continued, and Zhou Tong's mind gradually merged with the saber's blade as the massacre continued. His understanding of the saber also rapidly increased. Sweep, slash, poke, slice, sweep, slash, stab. The most basic 8 moves of the saber technique became smoother in Zhou Tong's hands, and its power also became more and more powerful. Battle was also Zhou Tong's greatest method of enlightenment. Now, he was converting the understanding of the saber from other worlds into the saber Tao of this world. This battle wasn't a battle at all, but a harvest, and a practice of the saber. Chapter 1181. The Saber, the Courage of 100 Soldiers. Saber techniques also had 4 requirements. First, resolute and valiant. Second, swift like a meteor. Third, clean and neat. Fourth, willow in the wind. Saber techniques weren't completely resolute and fierce. They similarly required accuracy, nimbleness, and lightness. At this moment, as Zhou Tong continuously brandished his saber, and as his comprehension of the saber Tao from other worlds converged, the heaven-earth elemental qi in his body also became sharper and fiercer along with his comprehension. At the same time, the complete saber Tao of this desolate era world also began to slowly reveal itself in Zhou Tong's heart. Every trace of comprehension seemed to pull open the mysterious veil of this world's saber Tao, revealing the world-shaking picture scroll within. Zhou Tong's gaze also became sharper and more domineering, breathtaking. That was a peerless sharpness. If it were other Zifu realm cultivators, merely looking at him would make them feel as if their bodies were being split open, their primordial spirits were being split open, and even their souls were being split open by the blade. That pair of eyes seemed to contain a terrifying power that could cut through anything. This, comprehending the Tao through battle? He actually comprehended the saber Tao to such a level in such a short period of time? There's actually such a person in this world. If I didn't watch him grow, how could I dare believe that there's actually such a person in this world? The giant yellow bear, who had been watching the entire process of Zhou Tong breaking through, was shocked. If an ordinary person wanted to cultivate to this level, how long would it take? Even the most talented geniuses would need more than 10 years of cultivation to achieve such a feat. But from the time he entered the Divine Abilities Hall until now, comprehending the Tao through battle had not even been an hour. The limits of his talent can't be seen at all. The giant yellow bear was shocked in his heart. He was simply born for the Tao. He can comprehend the Tao through battle, and he can also comprehend the Tao through observing the sun, moon, and stars. This kind of talent doesn't lose to the legendary god Nuwa at all. Big brother, what's wrong? Could it be that he's about to fail? The old black bull at the side saw that the giant yellow bear's expression was off and immediately asked. It's not a failure. He's comprehending the Tao through battle and is becoming stronger and stronger. The giant yellow bear gave a rough explanation, and instantly, Zhou Tong's image in the old black bull's heart became even greater. In the theurgy hall, the grayish space continued to condense out strongmen one after another. Furthermore, they were getting stronger and stronger. These strongmen were not afraid of death. Many of them even resorted to perishing together to fight against Zhou Tong. However, all of this was useless. Zhou Tong's understanding of this world's saber Tao grew deeper and deeper. Killing these strongmen became easier and easier. In fact, he did not even need to use any strength with each attack. It was as simple as eating and drinking. The sharp edge of the blade and the flowing 5 elements combined to form an extremely powerful force. Clang! Zheng! Boom! Streaks of blade light whizzed through the air like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. Even though those strongmen were getting stronger and stronger, it was still useless. No one could compete with him. His efficiency did not decrease at all. Zhou Tong swung his blade again and again. Finally, after he killed the last strongman, the void fell into silence. No more strongmen appeared. However, Zhou Tong did not stop swinging his blade. With no more enemies, he stood alone in the hall quietly and practiced his saber. Sweep, hack, poke, slice, sweep, slash, pierce. It was still the 8 techniques of the saber. However, with each practice, his saber became purer and purer. Even the 5 elements Tao that he had comprehended was completely hidden. All that was left in his hand was the saber. Gradually, as he moved, a wisp of pitch-black light vaguely appeared on his blade. Saber power. It's actually saber power? How old is he? He hasn't even comprehended the complete saber Tao. How can he comprehend something like this? The giant yellow bear outside the hall was shocked when it saw this. This was a kind of power that only swordsmen could comprehend after they had completely comprehended the saber Tao. It was a power that belonged to the saber and was closer to the origin of the saber. He comprehended saber power because he sensed the most fundamental origin of the saber in battle? The giant yellow bear became more and more shocked. Zhou Tong's existence had overturned its countless years of understanding. It was as though he had appeared for the sole purpose of completely overturning all common sense. At this moment, Zhou Tong had come to a halt within that gray, blurry space. He stretched out his hand, staring at the wisp of pitch-black energy in his palm. A hint of understanding appeared in his heart. Saber power. So this is what saber power looks like in this world. The silvery white one is sword power, while the pitch-black one is saber power, Zhou Tong said to himself. Only someone like him, who had extraordinary insights from a different world, would be able to comprehend the origin of the saber Tao in such a short period of time and cultivate a hint of saber power. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the giant yellow bear appeared next to Zhou Tong. It sighed in amazement. Saber power. It's truly unimaginable. You were actually able to cultivate something like this in such a short period of time. If you walk the Saber Tao, you probably won't encounter any bottlenecks until you reach the true God or pure Yang true immortal level. Unfortunately, I want to walk the Tao of Fire. In the end, both saber power and sword power will have to be fused into my Tao of Fire, Zhou Tong said. You've already passed the trial. You can now acquire the number 1 divine ability of this estate. Follow me. The giant yellow bear grabbed Zhou Tong. Bang! In the next moment, the blurry space around them began to twist and distort. Zhou Tong could clearly sense that the flow of time around him had changed. This was a strange space that was capable of twisting and distorting time. After the vibrations in space came to a halt, Zhou Tong saw that within the boundless, fog-filled void, there was a building that looked like an altar. A series of steps led directly to the top of the building. Let's go up. That is the legacy of this estate's most powerful divine ability, the giant yellow bear said. Zhou Tong nodded, then immediately stepped onto the step. Rumble, as soon as he took his first step onto the steps, he felt as though his soul was rumbling. An ancient aura was transmitted directly into Zhou Tong's soul. The legacy of the star-picking hand had begun. I see. So this is the legacy of the star-picking hand. This legacy itself is also a test. As Zhou Tong accepted the legacy, he was also evaluating the means of this legacy in his heart. Every time he took a step, he would receive a part of the legacy. However, at the same time, his soul would have to withstand enough pressure. This pressure was considered a small test. If he couldn't even withstand such pressure, he would naturally have no fate with the star-picking hand. Soon, Zhou Tong stepped onto the second step, then the third step, the fourth step. The speed at which he absorbed the legacy was very fast. There was almost no pause between each step. Master's legacy is finally about to begin. The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong, who was climbing the steps, with a trace of nostalgia and anticipation in its eyes. From the beginning to the end, the master in its heart was only the first master who had created this estate. Chapter 1182. Step by step, he climbed. Finally, Zhou Tong reached the peak of the altar. By now, however, the legacy had come to an end. This divine ability seemed to have been branded onto his soul. He would never be able to forget it, no matter how hard he tried. So this is the divine ability. Star-seizing hand. One scene after another unconsciously appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. Within the boundless starry skies of the universe, an enormous hand traversed trillions of kilometers of space, grabbing hold of a star. With a gentle squeeze, the star instantly shattered. An enormous hand slapped down from trillions of kilometers away, instantly transforming a towering, majestic fiend god into nothingness. The enormous hand grabbed hold of a world, and with a gentle squeeze, the world was destroyed. The divine abilities of this world are quite interesting. Not only do they rely on one's own divine power, they also require external assistance when training in divine abilities. Zhou Tong silently pondered over the star-seizing hand divine ability. This divine ability could be said to be the first divine ability that Zhou Tong had acquired in this world. Through this divine ability, he was able to gain an understanding of some of the unique characteristics of this world's divine abilities. Some of these countless divine abilities were similar to the various secret techniques of the heaven-shrouding art. The basic function of these divine abilities was to amplify one's own strength and speed, creating a special type of attack. However, the divine abilities of this world often required external assistance when training in them. For example, training in the star-seizing hand required the essence of the 5 elements. Judging from this sort of training system was more similar to the weapons-fusing training system, which required external assistance to increase one's power. However, in essence, it was different from the weapons-fusing training system. They were completely different things. Zhou Tong turned his gaze to a praying mat not far away. This was something that Taoist Three Lives had prepared when he was alive. After learning his divine ability, he would have to take him on as his master. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He immediately took him on as his master. In the instant that Zhou Tong knelt down, a towering figure suddenly appeared at the very top of the altar. This figure was 3,000 meters tall, and his bronze-colored skin gave off a powerful aura. He was only wearing a set of furs, making him appear even more valiant and powerful. He looked exactly the same as a human. The most unique thing about him was that he only had a single right hand. This was the illusory image of Taoist Three Lives. At this moment, the Taoist looked at Zhou Tong and said, "The divine ability has been imparted to you. Only then can you be considered a disciple of me, Taoist Three Lives. Don't slack off and ruin my reputation." As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Three Lives raised his remaining arm slightly, pointing at Zhou Tong. Crash! Instantly, black, white, yellow, red, and green light flew towards Zhou Tong's side, and then the illusory image of Taoist Three Lives disappeared. Zhou Tong immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the star-plucking hand. After Taoist Three Lives' five-colored light fused with Zhou Tong's body, it was immediately digested by this divine ability, causing his hands to emit five-colored light as well. Little by little, the multicolored light merged into Zhou Tong's hands. In the end, his hands turned into a layer of chaotic colors. But soon, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and his hands returned to normal. So that's how it is. So this is the divine star-seizing tattoo. I've already mastered the first cycle of the 6 cycles of the star-seizing art. Zhou Tong's hands trembled, and instantly, an incomparably complex divine tattoo appeared in his palms. This divine tattoo was the core of the star-seizing hand. Every single divine ability required an extremely long period of time to train in. The star-seizing hand was no different. Only the Zifu disciple level could train in the first cycle, the Wanxiang adept level could train in the second cycle, the primal Taoist level could train in the third cycle, the Earth Immortal level could train in the fourth cycle, the Empyrean God level could train in the sixth cycle. Only after breaking through as a Fiend God body refiner would one be able to train in the next cycle. This divine ability was simply too powerful, but at the same time, it placed an enormous burden on one's divine body as well. If one's divine body wasn't strong enough, then it was extremely likely that it would collapse during the training process. In addition, the star-seizing hand didn't just require one to train in it, it also required the assistance of external materials. It required a large amount of materials that contained the power of the 5 elements in order to train in it. Zhou Tong's first cycle of the star-seizing hand was trained in the 5 elements essence which Taoist Three Lives had left behind. Master's star-seizing hand finally has a successor. Right at this moment, the giant yellow bear appeared by Zhou Tong's side, his voice carrying a hint of sadness. Master was a primal chaos fiend god who was born when Pangu split the heavens and the earth apart. The star-seizing hand was the divine ability he was most proud of. This star-seizing hand can be ranked in the top 10 of the countless divine abilities created since Pangu split the heavens and the earth apart. The giant yellow bear introduced Zhou Tong to Taoist Three Lives and the different types of fiend gods. Generally speaking, fiend gods were divided into primal chaos fiend gods, Xiantian fiend gods, and ordinary fiend gods. Primal chaos fiend gods were fiend gods born before the heavens and the earth were split apart. These fiend gods were born with extremely great power. Xiantian fiend gods were fiend gods born after the heavens and the earth were split apart. These fiend gods also had extremely great innate power. As for ordinary fiend gods, they were fiend gods born after the world had split into 3,000 worlds. These fiend gods were the weakest, with the vast majority of them only having the power of the Xiantian level upon birth. A small number of them were able to reach the Zifu level, the Wanxiang level, and various other levels. Given your level of power, combined with the star-seizing hand, you can be considered invincible in the Zifu level. Even if you encounter a Wanxiang level expert, they won't be a match for you, the giant yellow bear said. Star-seizing hand. Zhou Tong used his palm as a blade, then casually chopped out. Crunch! The air trembled slightly, and instantly, an extremely oppressive wave of energy rolled out from his palm. A dazzling blade of light instantly chopped out, carrying with it a hint of the 5 elements. The blade of the blade contained an extremely fine black light. This attack contained all of Zhou Tong's insights into the 5 elements, as well as the blade energy he had trained in. Its power was astonishing to the extreme, capable of cleaving through mountains and breaking through rivers. What do you think? Unparalleled power, right? The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong, his voice carrying a hint of bragging. Previously, Zhou Tong's performance had truly shocked the giant yellow bear, but now that he had used the star-seizing hand, the giant yellow bear was already hoping that Zhou Tong would be subdued. Its power is indeed not bad, and it's very compatible with me. Zhou Tong nodded. The core of the star-seizing hand was the 5 element. Even cultivating this divine ability required treasures that contained the essence of the 5 element. And the path that Zhou Tong wanted to walk was indeed the path of the 5 element. From this point alone, it could be seen that the star-seizing hand was very compatible with Zhou Tong. However, it can only be used as a support. In the end, it's not my Dao. Zhou Tong immediately shook his head. However, he was determined to walk the path of fire. The star-seizing hand was somewhat unsuitable for his path, because this divine ability emphasized the balance of the 5 elements. Shameless boasting. Basically, all the gods and devils in the heavens would be terrified when they hear the name of the star-seizing hand. Yet you look down on it so much. The giant yellow bear was somewhat displeased. Zhou Tong smiled and said, "Everyone's fate and Dao path are different. Naturally, this also determines the primary and secondary relationship between divine abilities and Dao. Forget it, you're just the spirit of the cave abode. Let's not talk about it anymore." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.